नहीं, ये तो आपका ये है आवाज। वो आप
ये वो डाल देना मैसेज।
हाँ, गुड मॉर्निंग,
नॉट
हाँ नॉट ऑडिबल लिखा है। आप वो अनम्यूट कर लेना।
गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल लीजिए।
हाँ,
तो डॉक्टर डाल देना हूँ।
हाँ, पहले क्या करो, वो अनम्यूट कर लो।
लेकिन कहीं साला ये भी
उसका वेबकैम नहीं चल रहा है।
हाँ सदीपारा भाई हमें डाक्टर
चलो कोई बात नहीं, सर के ऑफिस में करा दो ऐसे। हाँ यार, करियर इसलिए खड़ा हो जा।
फिर देखा तो नहीं पड़ा यार।
चल जाएगी।
हो जाएगी।
नमस्ते सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग।
कैसे हैं सर?
ठीक हूँ। कैन यू हियर मी क्लियरली?
हाँ सर, clearly we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Sir, but just within 2 minutes we are going to start the program.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks for joining us, sir.
Welcome, Vijay.
After such a long time that after that we are just बहुत हमेशा शायद 5 या 6 साल हो गए when you came to university.
Right, exactly.
Good morning.
So this is a good idea, good initiative. This is your first time you are organizing a webinar, or?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, कैसे हैं?
ठीक है सर, ठीक है. Thank you, sir.
Very warm good morning, one and all. I, Dr. Shalini Gupta, organizing secretary of this webinar, on behalf and behalf of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology Meerut, welcome you all for joining us this one-day national webinar on emerging potential of bio-entrepreneurship, prospects and way forward for rural development. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and coordinator of the event to please lighten the lamp before Ma Saraswati. And I also request our respected dean and directors of the respective college to please join us for the event.
हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू स्वर्ग की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। तू स्वर्ग की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। मुनियों ने समझी है, गुरुओं ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा, पुराणों की वाणी। मुनियों ने समझी है, मुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा, पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। मन से हमारे मिटा के अंधेरे, हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Thank you, sir. As the pandemic period has changed our lives drastically, and most of activities of educational institutes particularly, we switched from offline mode to online mode. So this change is need of our, and today we would like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir by presenting a small packet of air sterilizer, which of course has a great relevance in present scenario and in context of this webinar. Innovation as per the need of society converted into a successful business idea, a success story of bio-entrepreneurship in itself. I request Director Research Dr. Anil Surohi to please present this air pocket to VC sir. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Now I request our organizing team member, Dr. Akash and Dr. Purushottam, to please present this air pocket to our coordinator, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dean College of Biotechnology and coordinator of this event, Dr. R. Kumar, to present formal welcome address and brief about the program. Over to Dr. R. Kumar, please.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, distinguished participants, chief guest of this event, Professor G.K. Garg, other speakers, those who will be participating in these events, our Dr. Sirohi, Dr. Rana, Dr. Shamsher, Professor Rajbir Singh, other participants, faculty members, and dear students. As we all are aware that in this corona pandemic period, several things are changing very fast, including the way we share our ideas. So that's why we are operating today in online mode in a very important webinar, Emerging Potential of Bio-Entrepreneurship Prospects and Way Forward for Rural Development. So in this event, we will be having several lectures from very eminent scientists, including Professor G.K. Garg, Professor A.P. Garg, Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr. H.B. Singh, Mr. Aman Dayal from Dayal Fertilizers. And to start with, I will share with you in very brief about our chief guest, Professor G.K. Garg. He graduated from J.B. Pant University, Pantnagar, and also completed his master's degree from Pantnagar in 1965. He did his PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in 1971 in biochemistry division. And he did his postdoctorate in biochemical genetics from University of Illinois from 1973 to 1976. Dr. Garg started his career from J.B. Pant University, Pantnagar as assistant professor from 71 to 76, professor from 76 to 78, visiting scientist. He was visiting scientist at University of Illinois. For short visits of 3 months. He was professor of biochemistry from 1988 to 1993, professor of molecular biology and genetic engineering from 1993 to 2005. He was dean College of Basic Sciences at Pantnagar. And after that, Professor Garg served this campus as officer on special duty from government with the power of Vice Chancellor from October 2000 to September 2002. And after that, he joined Kirsi Dhan Research Foundation Private Limited, Jalna, as Director Research and Development and International Technology Research from 2006 to 2013. So this shows about his very excellent background, and he served at very key positions at several places. So he is an eminent educationist and scientist of international repute with major contributions in crop improvement through biotechnology, particularly understanding sporulation, toxins, and phytohormones in alternative blight of brassica species, and role of phytohormones in differentiation at molecular level has been areas where he has made significant contribution. As I told before that he served GB Pant University Pantnagar for about 36 years and has immensely contributed in the development of modern agriculture at national and at international level. He established a rural bioresource complex at Khanna Farm, Rudrapur, with the program support of agriculture biotechnology with mega support from Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. He served as a member and chair of several national and international task force committee and program of advisory committee including DFT, CSIR, DBT, ICR, World Bank funded NATP and NAI programs. Before joining KRFPL as Director Research Development and International Technology Research, he was also chairperson of Monitoring and Evaluation Committee as and co-chairman of RCGM Regulatory Committee and Genetic Modification, which is primarily responsible for regulating genetically modified organisms in our country. Uh, he is also widely recognized for his contribution through awards and fellowship. He remains a well sought after expert and speaker at national and international fora and is reputed as a chief architect of education, research and development and biotechnology uh, in Pantnagar at our campus, Sardar Patel Agriculture University, Meerut, and Jalna, where he promoted public-private partnership through joint projects under SIBRI, that is under DBT, BIPP of DBT, and NIMITLI of CSIR, Indo-German Corporations, DST. Krishidan was a partner in all these multi-institutional projects, largely due to his efforts and his valuable, important leadership. So with this, I welcome you again, sir, Dr. Garg. And again, I welcome you all in this very important one-day webinar on emerging potential of bio-entrepreneurship prospects and way forward for rural development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, who in spite of his quite busy schedule, consented to preside over the function and for his encouragement to come up with this sort of program. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and Chairman of this program to enlighten us with his blessings and words.
Thank you, Jadu.
Thank you, sir.
Respected Dr. D.K.
I think Dr. Saab ka mic mute hai. Can someone unmute him, please?
Sir is not audible. Sir,
सर
you
का
are
माइक
not audible.
अनम्यूट कर दें सर का माइक.
Actually, mic is mute. So that's why somebody help to unmute the
You
mic.
can unmute as a host.
Dear host, please unmute the mic of Honorable Vice Chancellor.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Can
Now you are audible, sir.
Now you are audible, sir.
Okay. So I'm sorry, there was some technical problem, so that's why
Yeah, sir.
I was not able. So I repeat again.
Join हो जाएगा सर.
To a very warm welcome to all of you, and especially to Dr. G.K. Garg, who has spared time to be with us this morning. And I was just telling that since my joining at this university about 1.5 years ago, I have been trying to listen to him and his ideas because he has been the founder, vice chancellor of this university. I'm also grateful to Dr. A.P. Garg, founder, and this Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shobit University, Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr. H.V. Singh, Mr. Aman Dayal, and all my colleagues from this university. So this is quite an opportune time for having this national webinar on emerging potential of bio-entrepreneurship. And when the organizers approached me about this program, so I immediately accepted this program because it's connected with the today's mandate and objective, what we are going for secondary agriculture. You know, the biotechnology has emerged as an integral part of Indian bioeconomy. The estimated value of Indian biotechnology sector was around 62 billion US dollars in 2019, with a recorded growth of 6.8% from 2016. The projected target time for the government is to reach the market size value of 150 billion US dollars by 2025. Currently, Indian biotech industry holds 3% of the global market share and is third largest in Asia Pacific region. As we know, the government of India has taken several initiatives like Startup India, Skill India, Innovate in India, Make in India, Atal Innovation Mission.
मोबाइल से ज्वाइन हो रहा है, उससे भी नहीं हो रहा.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, okay. So, as we know, the government of India has taken several initiatives like Startup India, Skill India, Innovate in India, Make in India, Atal Innovation Mission, etc. in the recent years to foster innovation and entrepreneurship towards development of a robust economy. As per the report, Indian biotech startup ecosystem by the Association of Biotechnology-Led Enterprises, that is ABLE, the bioscience sector has witnessed a constant dynamic situation with about 1,022 startups being formed in this sector during a 5-year period from 2012 to 2016, with investments worth 18,700 crores from various sources. In Indian context, the large population of educated young minds needs to be nurtured for entrepreneurship to enable them to excel in the global competitive scenario and for well-being of the society in general. Department of Biotechnology recognizes this necessity for entrepreneurship development among the youth of the country and has initiated several novel programs and schemes to promote bioentrepreneurship amongst students, research fellows, young faculty, and scientists to expand entrepreneurship related awareness in colleges, universities, and research institutions so that the youth will become the job provider and not the job seeker. Entrepreneurship, as we know, is a dynamic process, the main purpose of which is to create value in the market through the exploration of economic innovations, means the creation of innovations, introducing innovations in the economic circuit, and capitalizing the results of scientific research. In simple terms, bioentrepreneurship is an entrepreneurial activity in biology and biotechnology domain. There is a lot to say about biotechnology industry. Most of the products have the results of research carried out in universities, research institutes and laboratories as their source, and the chances of success and sustainable development of a business in this area are quite high. In order to produce bioentrepreneurship, DBT functioning along with its public sector undertaking, Biotechnology Research Assistance Council, that is BIRAC, and working towards setting up bioclusters, bioincubators, technology transfer offices, and bioconnect offices in research institutes and universities across India. To provide rural entrepreneurship awareness, practical experience in real life situation in rural agriculture and creating awareness to undergraduate students about practical agriculture and allied sciences, ICR has introduced a unique program, Student Ready, that means Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana, in the curriculum of all the undergraduate disciplines, which aims to ensure employment to graduates of agriculture and allied subjects and to develop entrepreneurs for emerging knowledge-intensive agriculture. This experiential learning aims towards practical work experience in real-life situation among the undergraduate students. This is a step towards earn while learn, and therefore it helps a student become job providers rather than job seekers. Indian agriculture offers a lot of opportunity for bioentrepreneurship development, particularly with regard to post-harvest processing, value addition, and marketing. Take, for example, the spoilage of perishable foods, and which comprises of fruits, vegetable, poultry, meat, fish, milk, and milk products, results up to 20 to 22% loss. As we know, the value addition of such foods is only about 7 to 8% in India, as against 23% in China, 45% in Philippines, and about 88% in United Kingdoms. Several products, we know it very well, and I think the researchers throughout the Indian agriculture research and education system, they are aware of that, that the several products like pulp, squash, dehydrated foods, chips, wine, cookies, jam, jellies, powder, frozen foods, etc., of fruits and vegetables, milk and milk products, meat products, extraction of nutraceuticals from different plants and their products, biofertilizers, and many others offer opportunities for small and micro food processing enterprises. Even the mobile agro-processing units may be developed and set up in the rural background. Technology as well as the processing machines have been developed for many such activities which need be popularized, particularly amongst the youth, to make them Atmanirbhar and enhance income from farming. Thus, the main objective of this seminar or the webinar is to raise awareness on the importance of entrepreneurship for biotechnology specialists and to provide them with an entrepreneurial knowledge store. We hope that this webinar will help participants to acquire the skills and competencies needed to become good entrepreneurs, or at least to look into with interest to the entrepreneurial process as an interesting perspective for the future. So I once again thank you to all the participants and the organizers, of course, for organizing this webinar and giving us the opportunity to listen to eminent speakers like Dr. G.K. Garg, Dr. A.P. Garg, Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr. H.B. Singh, Mr. Aman Dayal, and others. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us very detailed information about the entrepreneurship and its importance for students and of course for the researchers too. We hope that participants will definitely get benefited with all these things. Thanks once again, sir. It's my pleasure to invite today's function's chief guest, who has been my teacher, and he is the ocean of knowledge, and I have no words to express my feelings towards what he has given to us as teacher. I still remember how he used to become DN in the class when he used to teach us the model of DN and all the other things. It's really imprinted in our mind, and it's really impossible to forget those things which you taught us, sir. So now we invite chief guest of today's function, former OSD and founder OSD of this university, who has laid foundation of College of Biotechnology, which is one of its kind in the country. We are thankful to you, sir, for giving us time. Now over to the chief guest, Professor Garg. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shali, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. A.P. Garg, Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta, Dr. H.B. Singh, all dear friends, and Mr. Dayal. You know, it is a privilege to be reassociated with this university once again. And I think Dr. Mittal has already introduced you to the concept of the webinar very elegantly. Let me share something with you during this brief interaction. From my personal experience, what do I look for? So let us pick up some keywords and then see how we can look at it. See, as he said, rightly said, Honorable Vice Chancellor, that bioentrepreneurship is often equated to biotechnology. And once Dr. Manju Sharma, then Secretary of Department of Biotechnology, was asked by somebody, what is the easiest definition of biotechnology? And she, without batting an eye, said, making money with biology. And I think the concept of bioentrepreneurship is serving the society is definitely laudable, but also making the money. So what are the imperatives of bioentrepreneurship? So that it is able to meet to this dual functions. How to ensure that it becomes risk-free? How to ensure that it serves the society? See, I'm also impressed with the keyword rather than using potential for agriculture. That is a way forward. They have, the organizers have thought about rural development, which is all encompassing, taking care of agriculture, health, environment, whatever you can think of. Let's look at it. If I were to be a bio-entrepreneurship, what I will look for? See, the first thing and foremost thing is I need to have a technology, whether invented by myself or by others. But let me tell you from my personal experience that as a scientist, we always confuse between technique and technology. Often I have seen people have techniques and they call it technology, and which does not translate into the kind of benefit it must accrue to industry as well as to the society. Let's not worry about the failures which we had, but technology has a certain connotation. First and foremost is it should be based on an innovative idea. And the definition of innovation is which is non-obvious to others, at least till the time you have put forward. This is the most difficult part of any technology. And but people do get ideas, sometimes by adoption, sometimes by, let us say, corollaries and other things, which is normally fair enough. But this technology also has a tenet. It should be innovative. It should have a purpose. There is some very bold, defined, specific purpose. And third and foremost, it should be profitable. No technology worth a thing can be unless the it accrues benefit in terms of social money or anything. If it is a government program, it has to have a social benefit. If it is an individual program, it has to have a monetary component also in it. But what is most important for a good technology to succeed is that it should be reproducible in the hand of person of ordinary skill. See, these things are also used for patenting. You cannot patent unless they meet these 4 criteria. So the first and foremost for any bio-entrepreneurship is to have a clear-cut technology, either through licensing, through approaching scientists, evaluate it, whether it meets all the 4 criteria, and then start. If you do that, there'll never be a failure in the bio-entrepreneurship, and you will encourage to succeed. The second thing which is most important in this thing is how do we say rural development? So I think you have to include all the 3: agriculture, environment, and health. And let us again pick up the simple examples. Agriculture, if you look at the components, it starts with the planting material, whether in the form of seed or in the form of plantlets, something like vegetative propagation. You know, when we started this college, or when we were still in the infantile, the university, we were approached by the Potato Grower Association in Meerut. At that time, the Chipsona variety was becoming very popular, and they wanted the large-scale production of Chipsona, which they will buy back. Of course, their model was that Vasant Dada Patil Sugarcane Institute in Pune, which does virtually the same thing. It produces sugarcane plantlets, sugar in large quantities. It is given to their member farmers in their cooperative, and then you know that Maharashtra is the largest producer of sugarcane. So it has done a human service. We wanted something to the Western UP also more or less in the similar way. Of course, we started with a small tissue culture lab in biocontrol unit. I'm not sure whether it still exists, but I know that now that Manoj are there, Dr. Sangare are there are better facilities in tissue culture now. But I think we still lack commercial component, which I find many universities in South, in Maharashtra, they have it. So the students get exposed to the basics of mass multiplication through tissue culture and the business part of it. Probably there is a need of ours that we should also be having that. The second thing which is happening now is there is a small group of people combined together to introduce breeding. Of course, there is still some roadblocks which is coming in the way. One is confused state of plant breeding's right. Whether when you start with a variety, you have to have a consent, even without knowing what the varieties is very old. With the help of molecular breeding, molecular markers assisted, which is not difficult at all, with the kind of financial support Honorable Vice Chancellor was talking about, I will also, at the end of my talk, will also talk about it. There is no dearth of money. Things are available like big from the BIRAB, that is Biotechnology Initiation Grant, which is up to 50 lakhs. And you can, if you have a good idea how to produce a better variety which produces better or at least have disease resistance through the transfer of molecular markers, if your understanding is clear, then, or somebody has done it, then multiplying them and making it available to the farmers. This is a fair enough bio-entrepreneurship in my mind. And a small seed industry is as good as a large seed industry can grow large. KSL started from as a grain merchant, but eventually, when I was there, we reached a turnover of 400 crores, and we had our very stout plant breeding section. So much so that we had almost 31 breeders. So there is a scope for jobs. Also, there is a scope for entrepreneurship. See, I'll tell you one thing interesting. In our, we could never compete with the multinational. And then we realized that even in hybrids, whether in vegetable or in field crops, most of the multinationals are using dihaploid technology. So my appeal to our scientists who are working in tissue culture is concentrate on development of dihaploids, because then the quality of varieties or hybrids is immense. You can see them built totally identical even from a distance. That was the difference between Monsanto maize and our maize, our corn. And so there's a lot of scope for bio-entrepreneurship in planting material. If you look, go to the next one, since lack of time, I will not be dealing with too much. But then the second thing has come, the cultivation. See, of course, we cannot do with the field operations, but let me tell you, the Meerut Agricultural University was very pioneer in introducing the concept of zero tillage and laser leveling. So much so that when Dr. Borlaug came, he was asked to come and see this for himself. And not only that, the team from Pantnagar came, so we were part of there and we were smaller and newer. They said Dr. T.C. Thakur had developed the zero tillage in India. So they said, now it seems Meerut is more expertise, has a better expertise in zero tillage than we have. I am not sure about the current status of that. But these were the things which would have helped bio-entrepreneurship. Even at that time, the laser levelers were given to the private people and who were doing it to the farmers. And the concept of a simple concept of entrepreneurship came in the form of the tractors. See, everybody cried that tractors will never be successful in India because we have a small holdings, so farmer will not be able to afford it. To our surprise, what came out as was the contract service. a single farmer will buy from the loan a tractor and then it cover very large area within his village and earn from the service. Now, these are very small but innovative ideas which help people at that time. And I think they continue to help even now. Now, if you look at the management of nutrition, management of disease, biotechnology has played a greater role. Dr. Mittal did allude to it, the biofertilizer, and I think Dr. H.B. Singh will talk subsequently much better. They're both PGPRs, plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, and PSBs, phosphate solubilizing bacteria. The idea is you have to have your strains patented. You can have your consortium patented, or you can take consortium and rhizobium. I mean, few days back only, I got a call from an industry. They wanted to know who can provide us this kind of biofertilizers strain in Pantnagar. There is Dr. Anil Sharma, who is our Director of Extension at Pantnagar. He has done some very human work along with Dr. B.N. Johari, who was earlier in Pantnagar. And they have worked on Rhizobacter, they have worked on mycorrhiza, and they have several patents now with them. And so this matchmaking, I was just thinking that somebody has to come to me. There can be an organized, even to our biotechnology college, can have a small cell where the various technologies available in agriculture can be enumerated, from where, what will it do, from where it can be sourced, and who is the contact person. This itself will become a big service. And the production, though the major chunk of 62 billion dollars, which Dr. Mittal was telling, comes from biopharma, agriculture makes about 10 to 14% only, and that too largely because of the BT cotton. So rest comes from production of biocontrol agents like trichoderma or biofertilizers. That also has a market. Pantnagar was the initial one which did this, and biocontrol, most of you must be knowing Dr. Prasad, I'm sure. He's not that yet. I think he retired, but I think continues. Dr. Mittal, does he continue to be associated with the university? He was the one who initiated biocontrol lab, and we were ranked as the foremost biocontrol lab in the state. And that trichogramma cards were becoming very popular. And at that time, we were thinking of organic farming, but there has to be integrated approach. So these small units which he talked about, the micro and small or medium, and bio-entrepreneurship should be taken seriously. Because the agriculture development will never happen, though it's dominated by Monsanto giants, which is now with the Bayer and other things, Syngenta. But for India to compete, we can convert this into something like model in Thailand, where it starts as a cottage industry. So think about even cottage industries as the bio-entrepreneurship option. Then the important thing is post-harvest, which is another important area where there can be. See, the simplest one talks about is the probiotic. That is, with the help of lacto, you can have control of fluctuation, a smooth gut, this one, and you can cause many things. So they're just like biopharmaceuticals. Dr. Gupta will be talking about nutraceuticals, but these are the things which one can grow as a cottage industry. Even to like yogurt is those of you who were exposed to US or other countries, you say, transform of our curd. Our curd can also be treated with these kind of bacteria and become very useful. The other kind of approach which post-harvest has is the preservative. So, you know, what I am trying to say is that there are many scopes, but we do not have entrepreneurship to utilize or exploit them and also create a network. I think to make things easier, agriculture is not plant alone. It is also animal. When we were in Patnagar, you will be amazed that farmers, the individual farmers here in Tarai region, an individual farmer will go to US, get a semen, and the way they used to describe is beautiful. A 10,000 liter semen, a 12,000 liter, that is the amount of milk per lactation. And they were doing breeding of their herd as well as for the others. Cattle Institute is located in Meerut. Our tie-up, your tie-up, can create again a service industry by entrepreneurship. See, these are simple things which exist in everybody's mind. But what is the reason that it has not happened in a larger scale? And I know that some service by veterinary compounders is being done about the AI, but not with the idea of the breed improvement. A good Murrah buffalo bull may cost up to 1 crore. A good buffalo or like an ordinary nice buffalo can cost you something like 1 to 2.5 lakhs of rupees. So if one seriously, our veterinary people take these things seriously, they can create their own bio-entrepreneurship. I know that diagnostics has another thing, the disease surveillance. Even today, for COVID reason, you know, we are still depending on RT-PCR and we are fighting about what should be the cost and other things. But this can be easily done by several labs. Recognized. But if you have a degree from a university like our Meerut Agriculture University, there should be no problem in doing that. The last thing which I want to take is environment. Parali is in news. That there is a consortium which can degrade this or decompose this parali within 15 days is being advertised. This cannot become a mass movement unless the bio-entrepreneurship gets into this field. So what is probably needed is to have the courage and take up these ideas and take them to their logical conclusion. Let me say something in a little more detail because I have experience. We had the project from Sibri, we have the project from Nimitli, which is new millennium initiative on technological leadership of India. Similarly, BIPP and Big I, we did not have any experience. These were mostly academic, industry academic partnerships. I think once I got a scolding from Dr. Kallu. He had come, and I had also gone to the seminar in Meerut. And I was telling a point that in academia, we have things, number one, calling a technique a technology. Second, which is more important, is not reproducible in the person of ordinary skill. He got very upset. He said, no, as a private sector, we have done a wonderful job. You will be surprised that as a seedman, we found out that our best varieties, some were not pure. Whereas, as I told you, the foreign competitors were having their varieties which were very uniform, tabletop varieties, if you look at them. And so these, some of them we failure had like this one. In Nimitli, one of the institute claimed that they have a BT gene, which is effective against both the Spodoraptera and this one. It'll come to me. The cotton tube pest. To our surprise, their gene had chain terminating codons in between. So I went there. Unfortunately, I was the PhD examiner of the student who was claiming this, and based on his work, this was being claimed. And when he asked, he said, "Yeah, sir, I also saw that. But since it gave some kind of protection, I assumed that the gene should be functioning." If this is the kind of technology, then we lose interest in public-private partnership. So that was my whole purpose of taking time and telling you that we should understand what technology is. Whether we accept it, we take it for ourselves, or we try to give it to others. If we do that, I think bio-entrepreneurship in rural development will have a very great future. And I am sure with the kind of biotechnology college we have and other biotechnology unit you have in College of Agriculture, sorry for saying that, but I wonder why it should be existing separately when we have a college. We need to do that. I know that Dr. R.S. Sanger has done this nomadic embryos of sugarcane. He's waiting for his patent. But you'll be surprised that people are coming to me about Meerut today, and I feel very happy about it that people still associate with Meerut. Dr. Mittal, I know that you're doing a great job, because when we thought about this, when we pleaded with the government, we also said that we will be different. We'll be taking agriculture as a business, as an economic activity, and not as a cultural activity. The fight will continue to go, but they accepted our this one. And then food technology, you will see that the colleges which we planned were mostly centered around, which will help putting wealth in agriculture. And I want to congratulate you that after a very long period, you're taking the university again and again in the right direction and giving priorities to these kind of colleges. Now there's little more thought. If we give as collectively as we are doing today, I'm sure our graduates will make a significant role in the development of bio-entrepreneurship and their contribution to the rural development. I wish them all the best and blessings to them. And thank you very much once again, getting me an opportunity to get associated with this important activity in the university. I wish you all the best to the organizers, Dr. R. Kumar, Dr. Sankar, Shalini, and many others. And all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You are definitely the ocean of knowledge, and within the boundaries of time, it's really very difficult to get that much information from you, to extract your information on your experiences. But you really did the thing like Gagar Mein Sagar, and we are really blessed to have to listen your experiences. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Director Experiment Station, Dr. Anil Sirohi, to deliver vote of thanks.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, our Chief Guest of the day, Dr. G.K. Garg, OSD, former OSD, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut, distinguished guests. First of all, on behalf of the university, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, I extend my heartiest thanks and gratitude to Honorable Professor Dr. G.K. Garg, sir, who has spared his valuable time to be the chief guest in the inaugural session of this webinar, which is focused on bio-entrepreneurship. Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening address. And I'm sure, sir, that young professionals, young and youth, I was looking at it, over 200 participants are there online at present, they will be definitely encouraged to take the innovative ideas from the universities and develop small entrepreneurship to make India Atmanirbhar. Thank you very much, sir, for joining with us. I also extend sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, who has allowed us to hold this webinar in this university. Sir, thank you very much. And under your leadership for the past 1.5 years, university has taken a lead in the skill development, and many small entrepreneurship have come up on the basis of those training programs. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time out of your busy schedule. I also extend my sincere thanks to esteemed Dr. G.K. Garg, Dr. A.P. Garg, Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr. H.B. Singh, Mr. Aman Dayal, and Dr. R. Kumar, Dean College of Biotechnology, to whom we will be listening in the coming up technical session. Thank you all for being with us. I also extend sincere thanks to our officers of the university, deans, directors, and above all, dear students. Thank you for being with us in this webinar. And sir, I'm sure that the deliberations of this webinar will encourage young students, youth to establish bio-green, small scale business that has excellent future prospects and have hope for future expansions to make India Atmanirbhar, which is called upon by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving further, I would like to introduce our first speaker of this technical session, Vice Chancellor of Shobhit University, Modipuram, Meerut, Professor Amar Prakash Garg, who is a well-known microbiologist and former professor and founder head of Department of Microbiology at CCS University, Meerut. Presently, he is working as Vice Chancellor at Shobhit University, and earlier he has been founder coordinator and in charge at CCS University, Meerut for applied microbiology, bioinformatics, medical microbiology, food microbiology, safety and quality control. He is very well known for his research contribution in the field of microbiology on protecting of human hair and fungal infection using Indian hair oil. And this is really very interesting research. When sir told us about this one, we were really shocked to hear how we are so much superior in comparison to the Western world. I hope if our students will be getting time in near future, sir will definitely bless them with this sort of experiences.
Yes.
Then he also worked on bio-bleach process for pulp and paper industry using cellulose-free xylulose that reduces toxic substances in effluents, antimicrobial effects of various herbal preparations, and so many more, which are directly and indirectly related to the types of bio-entrepreneurship. Sir, there is no need to tell so many research publication and awards which sir has been receiving during his entire life. It's beyond words. Now I request Dr. Garg to please enlighten us with his kind words. Over to Dr. Garg, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. Thank you very much. My colleague, Professor R.K. Mittal, senior colleague, Professor Dr. G.K. Garg, Professor Shamsher Singh, Shalini, Sirohi ji, and several eminent personalities of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology, and several other participants. It is my pleasure and honor to be present in this seminar, and I am grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views on biofertilizers with you people. It is always a pleasure to be on these academic occasions, and on the onset, I would like to congratulate my colleague, Professor R.K. Mittal, who has given a new shape to the university during his 1.5 year tenure, that now the visibility of agriculture university, not only in the academics, but in the farmers community and the society, it has gained. When I have discussed and I have interacted with many people in the nearby villages and the other places, then I found that now the contribution of the agriculture university in various fields, it is very high. Dr. Singer is well known for his contributions in the field of the tissue culture and the various other fields of in agriculture. The university is known. Let me share my can I request you to allow me to share the screen? The host, Dr. Shalini, can you, because...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Yeah, okay. Should I now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Is it now visible? Yeah, am I visible? My screen, yeah? Okay, thank you very much. So the topic which has been given to me by Shalini is the biofertilizers towards development of the sustainable bioenterprise. And this is now at present is the most important topic in agriculture. Particularly when our Honorable Prime Minister has given a lead and given a thought that the people should become Atmanirbhar, India should become Atmanirbhar, and more than 60% of the population is dependent on the agriculture, and the use and the demand of this organic fertilizers, this is the second slide is visible now. Yeah. Dr. Shalini, it is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So let me give you a slight idea about because you all are the agriculture people. So the total geographical area of the Indian agriculture is 320 million hectares, and the net area sown is 120 million hectares, and the gross cropped area is 190. These are the data which I have collected from the Ministry of the Agriculture website. And the most important thing what I want to say, that this is the 12 biodiversity centers, which are the most important part of Indian biodiversity. 46,000 species of plants have been described from the various parts of India, and we are the largest producer of pulses, tea, and other things, and the second largest producer of fruits, vegetables, wheat, rice, groundnut, and sugarcane. And under such type of the conditions, India can really lead the world in organic farming. And when you talk about the organic farming, then organic farming without biofertilizers cannot go. That is why now we have to concentrate and focus on the biofertilizers, keeping in view the major causes of the declining of the crop productivity, and the major cause is the use of the chemical fertilizers and the pesticides and the continuous fragmentation of the landing, which is unfavorable to the technology. So that is by keeping in view all these factors. Now the agriculture in India, it is taking a change in the scenario, and due to the change in the scenario, the most important part, it comes the biofertilizers. The serious effects of the chemical fertilizers, you all know very well, that due to the chemical fertilizers, the most important part is that the microbiology of the soil is being adversely and grossly affected. We have seen that in those areas where chemical fertilizers or chemical pesticides they have been used, the vital microbes which are responsible for the degradation of the crop residues, they have been lost. The total ecological balance of the microbes in the soil is being lost. Now, I was listening this lecture of Dr. G.K. Garg, who emphasized that about the biodecomposers and the biodecomposers which have been introduced by IARI. Also, this is the one packet which I just got before few days, and I tried to collect, isolate the fungi and the microbes which are being claimed. They have claimed the 8 microbes. Now, my serious concern as a microbiologist is that when we are putting these extra microbes as a biodecomposers, then they will change the microbial ecology of the soil. They will dominate. And some of the useful microbes may also deplete. So we are at present working on this system, and I would like to say that we have been able to found a solution for this, that instead of using the microbes, we should use the enzyme cocktail or enzyme consortium, and this should be able to degrade uh, the waste material or agriculture waste material, although not up to the same level, but it will maintain the ecosystem at the same time. So the biofertilizers, I will come now, and that is because of these problems. Now the use of the biofertilizers is for the sustainable agriculture, because biofertilizers, when we are talking this, then we have to isolate those organisms which are the native to that particular soil, particular area, and particular crop residue, because there are several products at present in the market. But the most important, the problem is that what the manufacturers claim, that is not translated in practice in the nature. The second problem is that a biofertilizer which has been produced in Meerut will not work in Maharashtra, or a biofertilizer which has been produced in Maharashtra, it will not work in Gujarat or Rajasthan. So that is why we have been focusing and we have been advocating that the biofertilizers enterprises or these bio enterprises, they should be developed with the local strains and with the local crop. That will be the most important solution for the present day problem. So I will come now that what biofertilizer means. Biofertilizers means this is the biofertilizer is a living fertilizer compound of microbial inoculants or group of microbes which are able to fix atmospheric nitrogen or solubilize phosphorus or decomposed organic material or oxidize sulfur in soil. This is the definition, concise definition, which has been given by the microbiologists. And on application, it enhances the growth of the plants and increase the yield and also improve the productivity. Now, there are several biofertilizers which are used: nitrogen fixers, azolla, phosphate solubilizing, and this vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza. And in this case, I would like to say that we have been working on this mycorrhiza also, and our group with the Ajit Verma, Professor Ajit Verma, who is at present in the MIT University, and earlier he was in the JNU New Delhi, and we have been able to find a new fungus, the Pericularia indica, Periformispora indica. And this Periformispora indica is a fungus which can be cultured in the laboratory. And this has been patented also, and it is now being sold also. And although some of the microbiologists are saying that this is not a mycorrhiza, but therefore, but it can be cultured. And it is behaving like the mycorrhiza. It is the phosphate solubilizing. And it is also working similar to the other mycorrhizal fungi. So plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, sulfur solubilizing, and so these are the different nitrogen fixers, and the blue-green algae, Anabina, nostoc. So these are the various microbes which can be used as the biofertilizers, and which can be grown, cultured, and mass cultured for the production of the for the establishment of the units. Biofertilizers, they are necessary for the organic farming. This is one of the major aspect which is now being focused by the organic farmers. And the organic farmers, because you know that now the demand of the organic food, it is increasing day by day, because they are more safe or more healthy in comparison to the chemically used fertilizers which produce the foods. This is the different states which are giving the which are producing the biofertilizers, and you will find that the Tamil Nadu is the one of the state which is producing the highest amount of the biofertilizers. And its most unfortunate part is that in Uttar Pradesh we are having only very few units, and and our share in the market in India is very less. You will find that even the Gujarat, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu, these are three major states which are focusing and producing. So there is a lot of scope for establishment of the bio enterprises in the biofertilizers in UP, and the people or the young entrepreneurs, young agriculture graduates, they can establish a unit and they can earn a lot of money. Now, this is what are the stages for the biofertilizers: the isolation of the microbes from the roots or soil, then laboratory screening of the microbes for the plant growth, greenhouse screening of the microbes to promote growth. This entire work, because the microbiology is so fascinating that within 3, 4, 5 days, you will be able to get the results for any of the experiments. So the entire this work, when we concentrate and when we focus in the laboratory, then this entire entire work can be completed within a period of 3 months. And we don't need much facilities for this. We will need just one autoclave, one inoculation chamber or inoculation room, and one fermenter, and this will be able to give you the good amount of return. I will come then. Mass production. For mass production, the isolated bacterial cultures, they can be subcultured on nutrient growth. The most important thing that many times what we are doing as a bio entrepreneur, we are purchasing these strains from the other organizations or from the microbial culture collections. That is the one of the drawback. We should try to isolate the local strains, and the local strains should be used for the mass production for any bio enterprise. When you are using the local strains, then these local strains will be sustainable, will give you the sustainable ecological system for that local area. That is why the research facilities are required. So the rhizobium can be used on this medium, azospirillum, azotobacter. For every microbe, there is a different medium which supports. So for selective medium can be used for their culture and isolation, and then these can be used for the production of the at the mass level. This is the biofertilizer plant in the lab. You can take this large flask, and in the large flask you can start the biofertilizer production. And this biofertilizer production, it can be used. Or if you are having the fermenters, this is the first stage experiment in the lab. And then for next time, then when you are going, then you can establish the good amount of the industry. And the total cost of the industry, we have there are several reports and several things about by putting about 1 crore rupees, you will be able to earn 30 lakhs rupees per annum. So this is the storage requires limited space. This is the one of the advantage for these biofertilizers. Thus we can alginate cells and air silicon alkaloids, and so this can be calcium chloride, and there are several things where we can store these microbes as a biofertilizers. Bioencapsulation can also be done. The immobilization of the microbes, however, it also improves the shelf life and the field efficacy when we use the bioencapsulation of the microbes which have been produced or which have been cultured, and then these formulations they can be used for the dissemination to the farmers. The carrier materials, several carrier materials can be used. They are cheaper in cost, locally available, high organic matter content, no toxic material. There should be no toxic material. So the carrier materials, they are helpful. They provide some sort of moisture, and they keep the organisms in a moist condition without contamination, and they can be used. These are the various carrier materials which can be used. Peat, vermiculture, and several things they can be used for. That seed treatment can be the one of the method which can be used. For the seed treatment, we can take the seeds and this the solution of the biofertilizer, and just you add and allow it for 30 minutes, and in 30 minutes and air dry, and then it can be used for the soil. So it is easy to be used. There are some other cases, sugarcane, cut pieces of the potato, base of banana suckers, and several others. They can also be used for the biofertilizers application. This is the seedlings are uprooted. The seedling dipping method. Seedlings can be uprooted and then they can be dipped into the solution of the biofertilizers and keep it for about 20 minutes at least, and then you can use and you can again resow, and it can be so they're easy to be used. They can also be applied on the soil applications, and they can be also sprayed like this, these biofertilizers. There are the several organisms, you can culture them: Azoospermillum, Rhizobium, phosphate solubilizing bacteria, Azotobacter on the differential culture medium, and it's easy to be isolate and easy to be identified. Major microbial commercial products what are present in the market at present: the phospho, rhizo, azoto, and tricho. These are the first names which I have taken, and these are the phospho, the release the insoluble phosphorus in soil and fix it, which is of great significance. Rhizo, generally they induces the nitrogen fixation in the nodules of the legumes. Azoto fixes atmospheric nitrogen and also protects roots from the pathogens. These azoto are very important group of the biofertilizers at present which are being used in the market, because they also protect against the soil-borne diseases. And the tricho, these are the non-pathogenic species which are required to be used. And the very important thing that they are eco-friendly. And when you use these microbes, and if you are using these from the local strains, from the local area, then these, once they are applied, they establish as ecologically in the ecosystem, and the next year you need to apply only a small amount. Every year when you grow the crop, then you need not to apply the same amount of the biofertilizer every time, and they will give you the long time sustainability when we are using the local strains and the local varieties or local isolates, you can say it. And now these are some of the commercial products which are available in the market in the liquid form also and in the powder form also. And these are some of the microbes, cyanobacteria, these are the most important organisms at present, various species of the cyanobacteria, which are able to fix the nitrogen and which are which are being used as a commercial biofertilizers, and they are easy to be cultured. And the very important advantage in this case is that the contamination, the chances of the contamination in the cyanobacteria are very less. So therefore, the production of the cyanobacteria as biofertilizers is one of the important challenge. Commercial uses of the algae, not only the biofertilizers as biofertilizers, but the algae when we are using, then the other things, or the industry when we are establishing, then this industry can be a compact. It can be it can be a multi product industry, and the multi product industry at the same time you can use the biogas, bioethanol, biodiesel, biobutanol, and biofuels, biopesticides, and feedstock, nutraceuticals. So there is a lot of scope that the industry, once you establish not only as a biofertilizer, the same industry, the same infrastructure, the same building, same materials, same stocks, same manpower, and the same know-how, it can be enlarged. In every time, every year, you can increase the profits, and you can come in the market in a big form. So this is the great thing, that the global utilization of the azotobacter, for example, this is the green area it shows, and unfortunately in India, azotobacter is still not so much commercially used. We should focus, and we should enlarge the use of the azotobacter. The biofertilizers and biopesticides, when they are used, then they will be able to give the good crops. This is the control. This is IPM when we are using along with the biofertilizers and the biopesticides, then it is giving a better greening area, and the better crop area, and the better productivity. Mycorrhiza can also be used as a biofertilizers, and the mycorrhiza, this is one of the wonderful organisms, you can say it. And as I told you earlier, that we have been able to isolate a fungus, Preformospora indica, which is a mycorrhizal fungus, and it can be cultured in the laboratory. It can be cultured on the well-defined culture media. Normally, the mycorrhiza, they are not cultured, but our fungus, it is being cultured, and it is having the same effects as that of the other mycorrhiza. The biofertilizers target crops generally rhizobium leguminous crop, azotobacter wheat, rice, and vegetables, azospirillum for the rice and sugarcane, and blue-green algae generally for the rice, azola also for the rice, and the phosphate solubilizing bacteria, they can be used almost in every crop. So they should be crop specific, they should be isolated from the local strains, and they can be used for the good organic food. The food grains crops, they can be wheat. There is the increase in the yield over the yield obtained with the chemical fertilizers. The improvement in the yield 8 to 10% in case of the wheat, 5% in case of the rice. In maize, 15 to 20%. In sorghum, 15 to 20%. So in other crops, also for the potato, carrot. So this has been estimated that when we are using the azotobacter or the other biofertilizers over the chemical fertilizers, the crop productivity increase. And if we are able to, if we are able to produce the right isolate, right strain from the local area. Potential of the biofertilizers, it is considered as to be an important alternative source of the plant nutrition. They are biologically active products that includes bacteria, actinomycetes, algae, and fungi with ability to provide plants with the balanced nutrients. That is the one of the promote the germination, flowering, fruiting, ripening, length of the plant, biomass of the plant, and rooting also, and improves the physical, chemical, biological environment of the soil. This is one of the most important thing and they are sustainable. They do not disturb the microbial and ecological balance of the soil. They enhance the photosynthetic capacity of the crops. This is the one of the very important aspect. and they develop the resistance in the plants against the pests and the diseases, maintain soil fertility for the long time, and they help in the control of the soil erosion also. So the sustainability as a whole in the overall scenario, you will find that this is good. The uses of the biofertilizers in Indian agriculture, generally the green revolution brought impressive gains in the food production, but the inefficient concern of the food sustainability. This is one of the things. And so that is why now we need a one more revolution, and then one more, this revolution should be the ecosystem sustainability. And in the microbial ecosystem of the soil, it needs to be made sustainable. It needs to be fertile. The chemical fertilizers and the chemical pesticides, they need to be eliminated slowly and slowly from the soil and from the use. And that it will be, the government of India has been trying to promote and improve the practice involving the use of the biofertilizers along with the chemical fertilizers. This is the integrated pest management. Is a small amount of the chemical fertilizer along with the large amount of the biofertilizers will be able to give you the more productivity. The production of biofertilizers in India, it is very unfortunate that during the last 70 years, we have not been able to produce a high or large amount of the biofertilizers. Or only in 1990, some large scale production of the commercial biofertilizers it has been started. But still that, because I showed you in the one of the slides that still in Uttar Pradesh, there is not much focus and there is a large scope for the establishment of the bio enterprises in Uttar Pradesh. Objectives of producing the biofertilizers in India, major objectives, they should be the produce and market biofertilizers of the required quantity. Isolate and maintain biofertilizer strains suitable for the various agroclimatic regions. This is the one of the things that if we are able to isolate and maintain, we are having the 15 agroclimatic zones, and for all these 15 agroclimatic zones, you will find that the different biofertilizers are required. The one biofertilizer which is available in one agroclimatic zone will not be active, or will not have the same efficiency in the other agroclimatic zone. And this National Biofertilizer Development Center, which has been established in Ghaziabad, it is doing a good job, and it is isolating, and you can take the help of them for the establishment of the bio enterprises. Issues of the sustainability and the role of biofertilizer. Land, holding pattern and sustainability. 80% of the agriculture Indian farmers are small and marginal with operational holding of land. This is the one of the most important point here. And that is why the people need to be educated adequately about the use of the biofertilizers, and that is the responsibility which is on the agricultural universities, agricultural colleges like our local university, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University. They are giving the good knowledge, and we have also started giving the information and knowledge to the farmers. Wheat and rice are the two major crops grown in India, and for these, the average yield per hectare is this, and then we have to now focus on that, how we can use the biofertilizers for these two crops. Factors for sustainability: raise the farm income, as our Honorable Prime Minister has been emphasizing that the farmers' income should be doubled. So this doubling of the farmers' income, for that the organic farming is one of the alternative, and for organic farming, the biofertilizers is one of the very important thing. Managing cost of the inputs, increase fertilizer use efficiency, generation of the additional income for the farmers through allied activities, technical knowledge to the farmers which need to be given, and awareness about the use of the biofertilizers, and the promotion of the organic farming. And this can increase the part. This is the That is the estimated cost of the amount of the million tons of the biofertilizers which is required for India, and the production is much less. So there is a lot of scope for the establishment of the bio enterprises for the production of the biofertilizers. This is the requirement in comparison to the other countries. You will find that the fertilizer uses per kilogram, you will find that even the Pakistan, Bangladesh, they are using the much of the amount of the fertilizer. In France, Sri Lanka, these are the chemical fertilizers which are being used. So we can reduce these chemical fertilizers and we can focus on the biofertilizers. Problems of the farmers. The problem of the farmer, when you go and talk to the farmers, that are you using the biofertilizers, and if not, then why? Then the farmer will tell you that the poor quality and performance of the biofertilizers is a most important, serious problem. And this poor quality and performance is mainly the scientists have been focusing, and they have been addressing this question largely to the manufacturers, that please focus on the isolation of the local strains. And for for every area, every agroclimatic zone, you should have the different strains or a consortium of the strains or the isolates, and that's why then only they will be functional and they will be effective, you can say. Most studies suggest that the biofertilizers having the solubility in the market are the contaminated and have low counting of the microorganisms. They are either contaminated or low. The contamination during the production or during the manufacturing, what happens that some of the other organisms, some of the other fungi, actinomycetes, which are not biofertilizers or which are not the nitrogen fixers, they get contaminated to the material, and they reduce the viability also during the shelf life. So the production or during the manufacture, we have to concentrate and focus on the aseptic techniques, and the primarily because of the inappropriate strains and the inefficiency, the poor quality, the agroclimatic conditions, which I large range of the strains of the each biofertilizer needs to be isolated for each area, which I have the focus. For example, for a merit, if we want, then we should isolate. We should have a consortium, maybe that the 8 or 10 isolates of the rhizobium, 8 or 10 in the same. But what we are doing, that we are focusing and we are producing on the manufacturers are producing only the 1 or 2 of the isolates. And that is the problem, that when you are having the 1 or 2 of the isolates, then these isolates sometimes in some of the field, they are not effective. So we should focus and concentrate on a large range of these strains, so that the broad spectrum of the biofertilizer can be made and it can be used. And we have to develop a trust of the farmers. And for development of the trust of the farmers, our claim should be right. Our claim should be practical, and then only we can enthuse the confidence in the farmers. So despite the government's efforts to promote the production and use of the biofertilizers, various studies found that the biofertilizers have little acceptance among the farmers. If you go to any of the farmers, I interacted with some of the farmers in the local area, and they are either not aware of the biofertilizers, or those who are the educated farmers and they have used once or twice, they are not impressed. And they are not impressed because the acceptance is not because of the manufacturers claim what they claim. It is not yielding, or it is not being coming in the practice. So the present policy of the providing grants at the low interest rates of the to the biofertilizer producers should be abolished. I'm of this opinion that that this type of the thing, unless you make the industry sustainable, self-sustainable, the things will not improve. You make the industry self-sustainable, and this subsidy and all these things should be given to the farmers. And the policy of the marketing of biofertilizers at very low price should be also be stopped. This price should be the low price. This does not attract the farmers. The price should be high, but there should be high efficiency of these things. There should be quality product. If we are selling the low quality of the product at the low rates, the farmers are not impressed. The farmer want that his product or his crop should have a greater yield, and the greater yield what you claim as a manufacturer, that should be translated into the practice. And for that we should focus on the quality products. So the research and development to identify more suitable strains, R&D, we should focus on that. And our Honorable Prime Minister is already focusing on the doubling of the income of the farmers. And these biofertilizers should also be included in that for the organic farming. And it will be better if the production and promotion of the biofertilizers is suspended until the biofertilizers of the improved quality can be made available in adequate quantity. Because if we are able to erode the confidence of the farmers, then when even the quality biofertilizers will come in the market, the farmers will not be able to take. So for the time being, unless we are able to focus and develop the quality products, they should not be sold. There should be some regulatory body which should control the quality of the agricultural biofertilizers, and these they should be strongly qualitatively controlled, so that the farmers can get the confidence. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for this in this beautiful webinar, and thanks to the organizers for arranging such a nice webinar on this bio enterprise. And this without having this type of the seminars, and without having such type of the bio enterprise, it will be difficult for India to become the Atmanirbhar. So for that, and from agriculture, which is giving the 16 to 17% of the GDP, we have to focus on this organic farming. Thank you very much. Thanks, Shalini. Thanks, Professor Mittal, Sanger, and all the agricultural faculty members and participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. For माइक खुला है। डॉक्टर रवि को बुलाना। Thank you very much for discussing this nice presentation about the biofertilizers, and very nicely discussing the issues. And very nicely discussing the issues and factors of sustainability and role of biofertilizers, which is a major issue in the use of biofertilizer. And what are the constraints when farmers are using the biofertilizers, that has been very nicely discussed by the sir. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing this nice information with our participants and we people. Thanks once again, sir, for sparing your valuable time with us. Now moving ahead, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Anil Kumar. who is the Director Education at Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University, Jhansi, and former professor and head at Department of Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering at GB Pant University, Pantnagar. He is being honored by being listed in the top 2% of scientists worldwide. Congratulations, sir, for that. And we feel proud to be your students. Without taking much time, I invite Dr. Anil Kumar, sir, to deliver his presentation on Nutri-Ayur innovations in enterprise development. Over to Dr. Anil, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
My screen is there. My screen is there.
No, sir.
No, sir.
I have loaded my screen. ये देखना कहाँ से हो रहा है? नहीं, ये स्क्रीन तो आ रही है हमारी. पॉज लिखा हुआ है. देखो.
So there might be some problem in sharing the screen.
You are not able to get my screen.
We are not getting your screen, but your voice is audible, sir.
ये देखो कहाँ से पॉज है. रिज्यूम हो गया. ये नीचे आ रहा है और स्क्रीन शेयरिंग इज पॉज्ड. Resume slideshow. Now it's there. No,
sir, screen is not being shared.
Just a minute. Just a minute. दोबारा करोगे? Add remove button.
There might be some technical problem due to which we are unable to get the screen of your one, sir.
It's coming. Your screen sharing is paused. I don't know where it is paused.
Screen has come.
Yes, sir.
It is okay, sir.
Now it's all right.
Yes,
Yeah.
But I'm not able to see. Now it's all right.
It's nice one, sir. Now we are.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all present in this webinar. Thank you, Sally, for introducing me. At the outset, I am thankful to the organizer and Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving me this opportunity to speak in this national webinar on emerging potential of bio-entrepreneurship, prospect and way forward to rural development. Indeed, it's given me immense pleasure when I am presenting my talk when Professor G.K. Garg is the chief guest of this function. Dr. G.K. Garg is my teacher, mentor, guide, and colleague at Pantnagar, which is my Siksha Bhumi and Karma Bhumi. And I have learned a lot from his visionary leadership and in-depth knowledge. And if you see the topic of the today's webinar, where Vice Chancellor is also emphasized upon the role of innovation and the development of bio-entrepreneurship. And if you see, in recent time, many of the countries, they are relies on the basically knowledge-based economy, and knowledge-based economy is basically called as bioeconomy, where biotechnologies play a very, very significant role in development of not only the bio-entrepreneurship, but also the development of the nation. Another important is the circular bioeconomy, and this circular bioeconomy, which relies on the three basic principles of reuse, recycle, and reduce. And indeed, these bioeconomy and circular economy is the need of time, which is really required for development of the nation, particularly for the development of the rural areas, where a lot of entrepreneurship development is required, so that the unemployed youth, they can get the better jobs, and they can also develop their own enterprises. And in this context, I am today presenting on my talk on Nutri-Eye innovation to enterprise development for augmenting rural livelihood options. Now, everybody know that United Nations has proposed 17 Sustainable Development Goal, and the basic purpose of these goals is to eradicate poverty, protect planet, and also to ensure properties to all. And out of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, most important one, which we are talking in our talk, is the good health and well-being and responsible consumption and production. So goal number 3 and goal number 12, where we have to concentrate our talk, how the nutritional security that is going to play significant role in ensuring the health security. Now, in the era of the post-COVID crisis, we have to require the development of several Nutri-Eye products. And in recent time, there is surge of the demand of Nutri-Eye product for the nutrition industry, and they are generally manufactured based on the traditional wisdom of Ayurveda, amalgamating with the principle of human nutrition. So basically, these are the Nutri-Eye product, where we have to require the traditional wisdom of Ayurveda along with the principle of nutritional biology. Basically, these Nutri-Eye product, they will serve as immunity and respiratory health supplement during coronavirus pandemic, as most of the population, they are believing for the prevention of these diseases, utilizing several of these health supplement. And in the recent time, you will see that food and nutritional industry, they are, because vaccine is not available, so primary responsibility of these nutrition and food industry is to ensure that they have to provide the product which are generally safe, and also they have to adopt the implement of One Health approach to safeguard human and animal health. And some of these supplement brand which are available in the market as immunity promoting supplement, or maybe prebiotic and probiotic, or functional and healthy food, they are really not able to meet the demand of the consumers. Therefore, it is necessarily required to have development of these Nutri-Eye product during the post-COVID-19 crisis. And in these crises, what is the need of these Nutri-Eye innovation? Because Nutri-Eye innovation is needed for the development of functional and health food with natural blend of the micronutrient, phytochemicals, and nutraceutical, which have essential to treat some lifestyle related diseases such as diabetes, obesity, and immunity booster.
And another purpose of this Nutri-R innovation, the development of diverse range of the food item for addressing the need of consumer in terms of nutrition, food safety, price and convenience, as well as the health. Now, it is well known since ancient time, Hippocrates, the father of the modern and Western medicine in 460 to 377 BC, who advocated the healing effect of the food, that is, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. It means we have to predict the relationship between appropriate foods for health and their therapeutic benefits. That means your nutrition is your medicine. And basically, if you see that the India is a treasure trove of the plant biodiversity, and these plant diversity is having not only the role in the nutritional security, but simultaneously health security. Bundelkhand and Vindhyachal region, where this our university is located, they are having lot of diversity in terms of the pulses, in terms of the millets, in terms of the oilseed crop, and all these crops, beside the aromatic and medicinal plant, they are really having high nutritional value as well as also the therapeutic value. So some of the Nutri-R dense crop, which we have mentioned in this figure, including some of the pulses like chickpea, pea, lentil, moong, and oilseed crop like flax, till, and similarly millets like barnyard millet, kodo millets, and then finger millet. And here more is the tuber crops. And these tuber crops are so nutritionally important that there is a lot of scope where we have to add value in these tuber crops, and not only tuber crops, but also some of the vegetables which are widely grown in the Bundelkhand region. And the Bundelkhand region is also known for many of the medicinal plants, and these plants like aloe vera, asugandha, satavari, adusa, they are, and even the pan, that is beetle of Mahoba, is very famous, not only for chewing purposes, but also it is having medicinal value. So in order to utilize or harness the potential of this huge plant biodiversity of Bundelkhand and Vindhyachal region, we have to have addition of the values by using the modern technology of 21st century. Now, how to add the value and how to find out the value present in any of the potential bioresources or Nutri-R dense crop. There are 4 ways where we have to find out the values hidden in these potential bioresources. One is called as searching value. And here we have to search value by characterization of these Nutri-R dense crop using various conventional and molecular approaches for identifying the hidden value present in it. Second is the adding value. This addition of the value in the potential bioresources can be made by using the different tools and technology of the agri-processing. That means we have to process of changing or transforming a product from its original state to more valuable state desired. And third way of doing the innovation, that is creating value, and it occurs with actual or perceived value to a customer for a superior product or the services. And the last one, capturing value, where we have to capture value based on changing the distribution of value in the food or fiber production chain. So value chain, we have to also capture value. We have to capture the value in these value chain, so that ultimately nutri-innovative product could be reached to the customer with the help of the entrepreneur which are developing in this particular field. Now, these nutri-innovation can be done in 21st century by employing several tools and technology of biotechnology, nanotechnology, and information technology. Beside agri-processing tools and techniques, they are also being employed for value addition of these value addition in these potential bioresources. So bioinformatics is the one means where we have to do electronic documentation of Nutri-R dense crop, convert huge omics genomic data into meaningful information through assembly, annotation, identification, and characterization of the genes and molecular network. So basically, bioinformatics is a potential tool where we have to identify the values hidden in the potential bioresources of the Bundelkhand. Then nanotechnology is another important tool which could be utilized for efficient delivery of nutrient and augmentation of nutraceutical properties. Then biotechnology, as you know, is a very, very important science where genetic engineering and genome editing could be utilized for value addition, nutritional quality improvement, and production of nutritionally superior quality recombinant protein. And the last one, agri-processing. This could also be employed for value addition, particularly when we want to transform local produce into value-added agriculture products. So here in the biotechnology, omics science and technology, that is really playing very, very significant role, particularly the genomics has to be utilized for identification of genes, and then transcriptome identification of RNA, and proteomics for identification of many of the important nutritionally important proteins, and also the metabolomics, which could be utilized for identification of secondary metabolites present in these potential bioresources. Now, there are several strategic areas which is needed, which is required for Nutri-I innovation, and particularly these strategic area, they promote secondary and tertiary agriculture, and rather they are relying on the primary agriculture. So one of the strategic area, phytopharmaceutical, that is plant-derived drugs containing isolated pure active compound used to treat various diseases. So you know very well, since ancient time immemorial, the Ayurvedic science have been used for development of various Ayurvedic drugs for treating diseases. But now this particular Ayurvedic science has to require implementation of modern and frontier sciences so that we can scientifically rationalize the old principle of Ayurveda into scientific rationals. Then the second area, medicinal, botanical extract, herbal or dietary supplement. Basically, they are the whole plant extract or the part extract. And also, there are certain formulation that is to be standardized for particular market value. And also, they have to provide important role for health healing effect as well as maintaining the body structure and function. Then nutraceutical is the third area, the food containing supplement from the natural, that is botanical sources that deliver a specific health benefit, including prevention and treatment of the diseases. Then next area is basically cosmeceutical, the cosmetic product which contain biologically active ingredient of botanical origin and having an effect on the user, and herbal raw material is another important area of Nutri-I innovation. Now we know very well that now nutrients are directly interacting with the genes, and ultimately whenever they are responsible for maintaining health and preventing or delaying diseases. Whenever person consume unbalanced diet, then ultimately they lead to many chronic diseases such as obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and are likely to contribute increased severity and or early onset of many age-related diseases. And you know, this is a diagram which is depicting how genes are interacting with the diet and lifestyle, and ultimately the gene function is totally dependent onto the lifestyle as well as the diet we consume. And the genes function once altered, the cellular metabolism get altered, and cellular metabolism alteration in response to the unbalanced diet lead to the ailment. However, when we are consuming balanced diet, then it will lead to health. So this is a very, very important thing that we have to understand, and it is in even our ancient old holy book Gita, it is written, "Jaisa khaoge ann, vaisa banega man." That means the diet is directly influencing your body function, and this body function is because of nutrients are directly interacting with the gene, which is generally called as blueprint of life, and this blueprint of life could be altered in response to different nutrient which we are consuming, and accordingly we have to see whether we are maintaining our health or we have to develop several diseases. Now this is nutrient pharmacogenomics, where we have to use the genome-wide influences of herbal, drugs, nutrition, or dietary components on the transcriptome, proteome, and metabolome of the cell tissues, or organism at a given time of interval. And here we have to see that there are three-way interaction, and these three-way interaction where genes are the predisposing factor, where gene for gene interaction is also playing significant role. And then second is the environmental factor, which is called gene environmental interaction. And the third is the contributory factor, that is nutrition. So basically this three-way interaction is ultimately able to decide whether these predisposing factor, precipitating factor, and modifying factor or contributory factor are able to maintain health or diseases. Now, based on this, basically, in order to find it out how the genes are altered in response to the nutrient, and this is called measurement of nutrition response genome activity. This could be done by using various functional genomics tools or approaches, and basically they are called nutrigenomics approaches, where we have to see what are the genes which get altered in response to particular nutrient. This is a nutrigenetic science. And then RNA alteration called nutritional transcriptomics, and protein alteration, that is called proteomics, and metabolite alteration called metabolomics. And ultimately, based on these omics science and technology, we will able to identify several biomarker, and those biomarker could be able to use for studying whether alteration of these biomarker in response to unbalanced diet will indicate that person is suffering from some of the ailment. However, if biomarker level will remain normal, then you will say that the person is able to maintain the health. So ultimately, identification of biomarker can be very well correlated with individuals' ability to metabolize a particular nutrient or physiological response regulated by the nutrient. So here, based on this nutrigenomic science, we are able to develop many nutraceutical products. And basically, as you know, that this nutrigenomic science is nothing, the science of personalized nutrition, and how the food we can consume exert an impact on our dynamic state of the health. So since last many years, particularly more than a decade, our group is working on proving finger millet as a nutraceutical crop, and we found out that this finger millet is having many nutritionally important compounds, and we have used the approaches like proteomics, transcriptomics, and metabolomics approaches to identify the lead molecules. And identification of these lead molecules, particularly the proteome, we have identified certain proteins, and these proteins, ultimately, we have to find out the genes, and these genes could be cloned in E. coli or Pichia system, where we have to express the recombinant protein, and these recombinant protein could be utilized as nutraceutical. And nutraceutical basically are four different kind. Like some of the nutraceutical can be present in the food. They are providing nutritional benefit. Some are functional food. They are providing not only nutritional benefit, but simultaneously also provide health security. Third is called dietary supplement. That is health linked to the nutrition. That means nutrition not alone, but health is associated by taking these dietary supplement. And botanical medicines, they are generally been, particularly Ayurvedic medicine or the herbal medicine, they have been used for curing, maintaining the health and curing many of the ailment. And market of this nutraceutical continuously goes on increasing, not only in India, but at the global level. And there are different types of the nutraceutical which are now available in the market in the form of prebiotic and probiotic, in the form of carotenoid and antioxidant and other plant pigments, minerals, phytochemicals, omega-3 fatty acids. So beside it, there are many other protein, many other recombinant protein that are also available in the market for various purposes, like for maintaining the functioning of the different organ system. Now, millets, which I have already told you that I am working on finger millet, but not only the finger millet, other millets like foxtail millet, pearl millet, kodo millet, and barnyard millet, all they are the crops of nutraceutical. Basically, earlier these crops as called as poor man crop, but because of the nutritional superiority, they have high potential to develop as nutraceutical crop, because the ingredient present in it, they are really very, very nutritionally superior, whether they are the quality protein, particularly proso millet and foxtail millet, they are having very high protein. And then also the little millet, foxtail millet and barnyard millet, they are having very high concentration of minerals, and calcium is very high in finger millet. Likewise, all these millets, they are having nutritionally superior many of the ingredients which are really having health healing effects. And ultimately now, earlier it is called poor man crop, now it is called as BIP crops. Now, because this millets are a nutraceutical crop, because they are having a lot of ingredient like polyphenols, proteins, glycoprotein, carbohydrate, fiber, and minerals. And this is the table where you will find what are the different uh, ingredient present in it and what are the functional properties and also the nutraceutical property. And if we are able to see the functional property like antioxidant, inhibitor of biological oxidation, high proportion of essential amino acid and bioactive peptide, reduction of glycosylation, slow and gradual digestibility of the carbohydrate, and also the fiber, soluble fiber which is present in it, and minerals, high minerals like calcium, iron, zinc, magnesium, and selenium, copper, all are present in these millet crop, and henceforth they are very, very important nutraceutical crop for providing the health benefits of to the diabetic patient, cardiovascular patient, neurodegenerative patient, and many more ailments. Even it is very, very effective for curtailing the aging. So this is the importance of these millets for development of nutraceuticals from these particular crops. Now, we have made biotech intervention to prove finger millet as a nutraceutical crop. And you know, the finger millet belongs to the Poaceae family cereals, and it is a minor millet and ethnic crop of the India and other parts of the world. It ranks fourth in importance among millets, and seeds are rich source of the calcium. Calcium content is very high. It is more than 450 milligram per 100 gram of the grain. It is also rich source of many micronutrients like iron, zinc, and others. And this is because having high nitrogen efficiency, and it is requiring very low or very, very low amount of the fertilizers, and henceforth it's called organic by default. And similarly, this crop is also highly stress resilient crop, and it is very suitable under adverse climatic conditions. And in our lab, we have done this sequencing and transcriptome analysis of the grain filling stage of the finger millet. And this is the first report from our lab, where we have taken two finger millet genotypes having contrasting grain calcium content. One is variety called GP1 having 56 milligram per 100 gram of seed, and GP45 which is having 452 milligram per 100 gram of the seed. And basically this is the accession from Uttarakhand. We have registered this particular genotype because it is very high calcium containing genotype. So once we have done this transcriptomics analysis of the this grain filling stages of finger millet, taking the RNA from S1, S2, S3, S4 stages, and this pooled RNA, subsequently we have done the Illumina high-seq sequencing techniques, where we have done analysis for SNP discovery, SSR discovery, and many gene annotation, and subsequently differential expression analysis. And this is the first report from our lab. Then this is the analysis in nutshell. We found that because we have taken the analysis of contrasting genotype with respect to the calcium content, we found that the number of calcium binding protein is much higher in the high calcium genotype as compared to low calcium genotype. Similarly, there is also differential expression of calcium exchanger, and also the differential expression of the seed storage protein present in the form of prolamine, globulin, legumin, glutamine, and also gliadin and caffeine protein. And ultimately, the basic purpose of this transcriptomics analysis, we have to identify the molecular machinery that is involved in the accumulation of the grain calcium, and particularly we have identified many of the important genes which play important role in the accumulation of calcium in the grains. And because of this, we can able to we are able to found out some of the important genes like CAX1 and CAX4. They could be overexpressed in other staple food crop, and then ultimately these genetic engineered staple food crop having very high concentration of calcium that is being presumed. Now, beside the transcriptomics analysis, we have also analyzed this transcriptome, particularly for identification of the seed storage protein present in it. We have identified 4 nutritionally important proteins having more than 40% essential amino acid, and it was said that according to WHO recommendation, any of the protein having more than 40% essential amino acid in it, this is called quality protein. And these are the 4 quality protein which we have identified. The first protein, it is having high lysine, that is 9% lysine. This is the FEMA1 protein. And the gene 2, this is methionine rich. It is having 16% methionine. So this is called FIMP2. So FEMA1 and FIMP2 protein, we have cloned the genes, we have identified the genes, and we have cloned the gene in the E. coli system, and we have expressed this protein, and ultimately we got recombinant protein. And this 2 protein, we filed the patent as FEMA1 and FIMP2. And you must be knowing that initially from the amaranthus, Ashish Datta lab has identified a protein which is having only 6.8% lysine, and this gene basically at that time it was so important, but in the finger millet protein we found a protein having around 9% lysine in it. So these are the results where we have cloned these seed storage protein genes into the cloning vector of the E. coli, and then it is expressed in the E. coli system. Recombinant protein has been obtained, and we have done the expression analysis. It was found that this protein is highly expressed in the S3 stage of the developing spike. That means during S3 stage, this protein is highly overexpressed, and then subsequently it is the part of the seed. So this protein has already been patented. Then this is the future of these 4 genes, where we have to clone these genes, and even not in E. coli, other better expression system like Pichia, if we are expressing it, we'll get high amount of these recombinant protein. And these recombinant protein, because having very high essential amino acid like lysine or the methionine, beside other essential amino acid, 8 essential amino acid, and henceforth they could be utilized for development of nutraceuticals or many, and could be utilized for making various syrup or the tablets. Then another intervention which we have done, that is nanotech intervention for development of functional food and nutraceutical, because you know that nanotechnology has application in all area of the food science, from agriculture to the food processing, to security, to packaging, to nutrition and nutraceutical development. So I am concentrating here how this nanotechnology is playing important role in development of nano food. And here we are coming to say what are the things which we have done in our lab, but why we have importance of nanonutrient. Because these nanonutrient is generally reduce the harmful and negative impact on the environment and human health. They also increase the agriculture input use efficiency. They can use to enhance the property exhibited by nano-sized particle, and materials have widespread potential application. Nanonutrients are also beneficial as compared to chemical fertilizer and nutrients, because they are 3 times more nutrient use efficient. They are 80 to 100 times less requirement to chemical fertilizer and nutrient, and 10 times more stress tolerant by the crop. That means while we are utilizing nanonutrient, we are able to develop stress tolerant crop, and they are also 30% having more nutrient mobilization by the plant, and henceforth this more nutrient mobilization is ultimately they will be accumulated in the form of nutrients that will be consumed by the human as well as the animal. And they are 10 to 50% improvement in the crop yield has been reported by utilizing. That is the reason we say these are the small particle, funny small particle, but they are doing a lot for crop production system as well as also value addition in terms of the food system. So the next tricolor revolution, particularly the green, white, blue, and yellow revolution, that could be attained through nano nutrients. And we have developed in our laboratory and synthesized our own nano iron, nano zinc, nano copper, utilizing the bioresources, very cheap bioresources. And by cheap bioresources, we are able to develop these different kind of the nutrient, nano nutrient, and their size is also varying from 40 to 80 nanometer, 150 to 100 nanometer, and 150 to 200 nanometer in the case of nano zinc. And green synthesis of nanoparticle using many potential bioresources. Besides, we have used cow urine as a catalytic agent for development of these nanoparticles, and this technology is also being patented, and I'm sure that this is having tremendous potential in generation of scientific rationalization of development of agri input in the form of nanonutrient technologies. Now, these nanonutrient technology is basically based on the nanoparticle. They are typically in size range of 1 to 100 nanometer. They can have different shapes and composition, high surface area and high reactivity, and they have different physicochemical properties, better penetration into the cell, effective catalyst of plant or microbial metabolism, and they have increased both plant and microbial activity and allows one-to-one interaction between nanoparticles and biomolecule of interest. So what I mean to say, they are basically having a lot of impact on the biological system while they are interacting with the macromolecules of these different biological system, whether they are the microorganisms, whether they are the plants or the animals. And here some of the examples which we have done in our own lab, where iron nanoparticle for wheat biofortification. Not only wheat biofortification, it was observed that even 25 ppm concentration is really increasing the germination percentage of the wheat. They also trigger the grain iron accumulation, and also they are promoting both root and shoot length and trilling process. And ultimately, these are the agromorphological feature. Beside, it was also found that these iron nanoparticle, they are able to enhance 10 to 15% yield, as well as there is more accumulation, that is 25 to 45% increment in iron content of the harvested wheat grain has been observed. Then another experiment which we have done using zinc nanoparticle, which really modulate the root architecture, growth and yield in rice. And you can see how in comparison to control, zinc nanoparticle are able to enhance the root length and shoot length, and beside also the chromatographic mighty, which is ultimately able to accumulate more nutrient in it, and they are able to mobilize within the plant. So basically, this study we have taken into two zinc efficient and inefficient variety, that is PD16 and NDR 359. And the remarkable changes has been observed in the root and shoot system. Biomass of the both variety were also increased remarkably, and yield was also enhanced up to 10 to 15% with the different modes of the treatment. And beside in the rice grain, it was observed that there are 20 to 30% increase in the zinc iron content has been observed. Then a significant improvement in phosphatase and phytase secretion by the stimulation of iron and zinc nanoparticle, that is also been observed in the case of microorganisms, so that these microorganisms become more efficient. So particularly because earlier speaker, Dr. A.P. Garg, and maybe later on Dr. H.B. Singh will also talk upon, here we have to integrate the nanotechnology along with the bioinoculant technology so that we can able to develop a consortium, more effective consortium in presence of these nanoparticles. And then this is the zinc particle which are modulating the root area as well as the length in the pearl millet and cluster bean. And then subsequently you can see in the field condition this is also observed that the yield in presence of nanoparticle is really increased. And then subsequently, you can see the effect of nanorock phosphate on plant growth and nodulation. This was also been observed that while we are using nanophosphate, then phosphorus efficiency is increased from 15.1% while we are using single superphosphate, and however in presence of nanophosphorus it is 57.8%. And then you can also see the yield advantages in cluster bean and pearl millet. In presence of the nano zinc, there is a tremendous increase has been observed in both cluster bean and the pearl millet. Similarly, in presence of the phosphorus, iron, the yield advantages have been observed. So this is the potential of the nanotechnology as far as agriculture production system is concerned. Then another important part, because I told you that now agriculture is not relies on primary production, but secondary and tertiary production has to be also playing very significant role in development of the bio-entrepreneurship. So here mineral nanoparticles, they also have scope to enhance the secondary metabolite production, particularly in medicinal aromatic plant, where you can see how zinc nanoparticle, they are able to enhance the bethanyloid content, that is basically very high bethanyloid contents that is being observed in presence of nano zinc particle. Similarly, in presence of nano iron particle, there is an increase in the bethanypherin have been observed, because these are the two important compound in the Bethania somnifera, that is also called ashwagandha. So you can see 4-time increase in the bethanyloid content is itself indicative what is the scope of this nanotechnology in secondary agriculture. Then some innovative farming technology that we have developed in our lab, and this is having potential for innovation to enterprise development. And here one of the technology which we have developed called iron booster technology. It is a new process of iron biofortification in wheat through priming of the seed with iron oxide nanoparticle, because you know the anemia is a major public health problem. Not only the adolescent girl, women, but children are also affected, and majority of the population having iron deficiency anemia in developing country, including India. And one of the important fact that milk is generally considered as a complete food, but it is still deficient in the iron. And because of this reason, it is also important because there is also decline in the soil fertility. So iron deficiency anemia is prevalent in food chain, which include the crop, animals, fishes, and also affecting the human health. So this particular technology, that is iron booster technology, which we have developed, very simple technology, the indigenous made iron nanoparticle in our lab have been utilized for priming the seed for 12 hours, and after that we are growing these crop in the field condition as well as in the pot condition, and it was found that there is enhanced iron accumulation observed in the case of nano iron particle treated wheat seed. And generally the seed accumulation have been observed in the alluvial layer of the wheat. So it is indicative that it is having real potential to utilize this technology for development of biofortified wheat utilizing the nanoparticles, nano iron particles. And this is the positive impact of the innovative farming technology. It is a boon for farmers, consumers, and processor, because it is a farmer friendly, affordable, and fetched premium price to the biofortified wheat grain and fodder as compared to normal wheat grain, because it is a biofortified with iron. Certainly farmer may fetch the better prices, but before that, because every technology while we employing, we have to do the safety regulations, and the safety process once will be determined, then such kind of the practices is allowed, then probably this biofortified wheat grown by the farmers will fetch the premium prices, and it will also provide the benefits to the consumer. This is quality food produce used in iron deficiency diseases such as anemia, and it will also provide benefits to the processor, because agri processing lead to biofortified food enriched with iron. So this is a positive impact of this innovative farming technology, and this technology have been awarded Krishi Shiksha Samman in 2018 for this nano iron booster technology for wheat fortification by Central Agriculture Minister Sri Radha Mohan Singh at Ashok Hotel, New Delhi. Our Vice Chancellor is also with us to receive this Krishi Shiksha Samman in August 2018. Now, now we are also focusing on the health food, because health food are not only the medicine, but they also give positive impact on the health action. They also enhance the body function within normal range. And there are three major groups of the health food have been reported. One is called better for you, like low cholesterol edible oil, 0% trans fat, snacks and biscuit, slim milk curd, ice cream, diet and colas. And then another group called functional food, and these functional food by fortified with such nutritional and disease preventing ingredients such as iodine, iron, lower cholesterol inducing, reduced fat content, and the natural food, health food, basically the food product with natural origin without any preservative and chemicals such as organic food, natural color and flavor, natural extract, etc. Now, where can health food play important role? They can play important role in early development and growth, particularly not only for pediatrics, not only for the children, but also older people. Then they also play important role as regulation of energy balance, maybe energy booster, or they can also use for body weight control mechanism, then also improving the cardiovascular function. They play very important role in providing defense against oxidative stress. And not only that, some of these health food play a very, very important role in maintaining the intestinal function, particularly maintaining the gut microflora, and also maintaining mental state and performance, whether physical performance or fitness, that could be linked by consumption of these health food. Then agri-food nanotechnology, particularly there are different area where this will able to provide its interface. One is area is the health and nutrition, another is the development of novel material, food processing, food safety, and basically while we are using nanotechnology, they are called as nanoceuticals. Nanoceuticals are nano synergy energy booster, lycopene, particularly plant pigment that could be made in the form of nanoparticle. They also, because these nanoceutical, they generally reduce the surface tension of the food, and henceforth their bioavailability will be more through the intestine or the gut, uh, through the gut. And they also supplement to increase wetness and absorption, and henceforth these nanoceuticals play very, very significant role in maintaining the health of the human being. Many nano delivery and invention have been made to invent a new herbal remedy, particularly through screening of the biochemicals and nutraceutical from the herbal system, medicinal and aromatic plant, and also bioactive component of fruits and vegetables. Like many of these examples which we have given, they are having very high content of isoflavone, lutein, that is essential for maintaining the eye function, lycopene, this is protecting for the antioxidant stress, and many other compound present in these fruits and vegetable, like proanthocyanidins, limonoids, glucosinolate in the broccoli, quercetin in the apple, and the turmeric, particularly curcuminoid, catechin in the tea, resveratrol, and many more compound. If we are able to extract and can make in the form of nanoceuticals, then they will be more effective for curtailing the disease incidence. Many of the nano-sized carrier, they have been utilized for oral delivery. They are the metal-based nanoparticles, lipid-based nanoparticle, polymer-based nanoparticles, as well as the biological nanoparticle. And any of the nano-sized carrier which we are employing for delivery, oral delivery of these nanoceuticals, they have to require FDA approval. That means approval from the Food and Drug Administration, and they have to tell whether all these polymers which we are utilizing, they are really of food grade or could be consumed by the human population. Then in our lab, we have done some of the leafy vegetables, particularly the amaranth, spinach, as well as other leafy vegetables. We have extracted the compound, and then with the help of another plant extract, we have made the nanoparticles of these nano formulation basically enriched with the iron particles. And here we have characterized these nano iron particles, their shape and sizes, and it was found that from these leafy vegetables, the iron has been released in the form of nanoparticles, and ultimately these formulation that could be utilized for making syrup, tablet, concentrate, juices, and soup, and this will be really useful for curtailing the iron deficiency anemia as well as other mineral deficiency. So this is also under a patent. We have to file the patent on this. This is very simpler technology where we have to convert the one bioresources into value-added product with the help of another bioresources. Then we have also done the experiment on the turmeric, and the wholesome turmeric has been converted into nanocurcuminate form so that bioavailability is enhanced sixfold. So earlier it was said that if we consume 12 gram of the turmeric, then it will give the therapeutic effects. However, the preparation which we have made it is giving only 1 gram, that is sufficient to give therapeutic effect, particularly in the cure of the beyond diseases such as osteoporosis, arthritis, and other inflammatory diseases. So this, we also filed the patent, and probably this year we'll able to grant this patent, and we will later on commercialize at the earliest. We have also made the nano emulsion fortified with vitamins, where we have used the simple basically oil and water-based emulsion, and these oil water-based emulsion have been basically stabilized utilizing the finger millet prolamine protein, because finger millet prolamine protein is hydrophobic in nature, and once we are making the nano emulsion, that is nano-delivery vehicle, these finger millet protein is really providing the stability, so that up till 6 months these nanoparticles, these nano emulsion, they are remain same, and they are very, very stable. And in this nano emulsion, we have also encapsulated the fat soluble vitamin, particularly vitamin A and vitamin D. So basically, once this technology is available, and it was also found that these nano emulsion, they are able to enhance, they are able to get better bioavailability through the human intestine. And we have done this experiment in the in vitro cell culture system, where CACO2 human intestinal cell have been utilized, and by fluorescence study, it was found that these nanoparticles, these nanoemulsion, they are moving very fast and delivering the encapsulated fat soluble vitamin, and there is a slow release of these vitamins have been observed, and henceforth they will be very, very useful for biofortification of milk and other dairy product, and they will also facilitate the development of nutraceutical or functional food for the better delivery of the lipophilic substances, even anti-cancer drugs that could also be delivered with the help of these nano delivery vesicles, which we have developed in our lab. This is the mechanism how these nano delivery vesicle enter through the human intestine, and ultimately they are delivering the content into the intestinal cell space. And we have utilized basically not only the finger millet protein, because finger millet protein, I told you, they are hydrophobic in nature. They are showing low digestibility, low allergenicity, and enhanced nutritional property. And they are also basically utilized for film forming a property, so that bioavailability of these nano delivery vesicle will be more. Beside, we can also use the galactomannan from fenugreek seed. This would be falsified. So basically, this is the technology which we want to develop for delivery of the many of the nanoceuticals in the human intestine. This is the another ingredient which we have identified from the finger millet, and basically it is called finger millet functional ingredient. And this finger millet ingredient, they are really playing very, very significant role in not only the uptake of the calcium through human intestine, again by in vitro in human intestinal CACO cell study, we have proven that this ingredient are facilitating calcium uptake, and simultaneously they are another important role that they are maintaining the integrity of the human intestinal cell. So dual purpose of this finger millet functional ingredient, they are really having wide scope of development of the products, and these products could be useful for not only for calcium deficiency diseases, but simultaneously also maintaining the uh, integrity of the intestinal cell. Now, we are also presuming that that millet consumption could also suppress the aging process, because aging process that could be because of the uh, UV lights or production of reactive oxygen species or telomerase shortening and mitochondrial dysfunction. These are the important factors which are really enhancing the aging process, and ultimate because of these there is a DNA damage occur, and this DNA damage is ultimately causing the mutation in tumor suppressor gene. They are ultimately causing the cancer and aging process, then increase in the genomic instability, particularly telomere shortening, and accumulation of oxidative DNA damage agent and like ROS, and that is enhancing the
Consumption of
pathogenesis
millets
of
leading
the
to
gene,
suppression
and
of aging. Wow.
and then inhibition of cell cycle arrest and irreparable DNA damage. So cellular senescence, that is also one of the important aspect where we can observe the early aging process, early onset of the aging process. And in order to reverse these process of increased ROS production, telomerase shortening, mitochondrial dysfunction, we have to consume more millets, whether they are the finger millet, they are the kodo millet, whether they are the barnyard, many millets, they are really having many of the ingredient, and these ingredient are having anti-aging compound, and these anti-aging compound are acting to different cell signaling pathway mediated by IAS signaling pathway. So by consuming this anti-aging compound of millet origin, they are really decreasing the IAS signaling pathway, so they will have more stress resistance and decrease in the cancer incidence, and they are also declining this mTOR signaling pathway, that is enhancing the autophagy. You know, autophagy is one of the important process where the abnormal cancer cell will be phagocytized and it will be eliminated from the system, and also they are decreasing the inflammation, protein translation, and ribosomal biogenesis. And the third signaling pathway, that is called sirtuin pathway, basically this pathway will be increased in response of these anti-aging compound of the finger millet, and ultimately they are causing the improvement in the mitochondrial function, genomic stability, stress resistance, and decrease in the inflammation process. So what I am saying that these poor men millet crop now really coming in a very big way for the development of not only the nutritional, not only development of functional food for nutritional security, but simultaneously it will also provide a interface for health security. And now Nutri Air Innovation at Rani Lakshmi Bai Innovation Incubation Center, because you know this our Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agriculture University has been inaugurated on 29th August 2020 by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. And in this particular institute, once I have joined, then we have established a Rani Lakshmi Innovation Incubation Center. And basic purpose of this center is to promote the bio-entrepreneurship, utilizing the potential bioresources of the Bundelkhand and Bind region of particularly through value addition process. And also we are tracing the Bundelkhand ancient tradition of making flavored stone grounded salt by hands, then amalgamation of Ayurveda and nutrition biology principle for making herbal tea with varied flavor, value addition of different types of grain flours for development of different types of bread, roti, paratha, puri, etc. And they have excellent taste, and also they will able to provide the health maintenance. And then we are also able to develop some NutriSoup as taste maker and energy booster. Then value addition of multigrain for development of breakfast cereal in the form of ailment specific porridge and flex. And these are the health food basically they are having basically beneficial physiological or psychological effect beyond providing essential nutrient, and they may be referred as medical food, and they may be basically considered as functional food. And many of these functional food like catechin in black and green tea, we all know they reduce the risk of cancer. Sulforaphane in broccoli reduce the cancer risk. Omega-3 fatty acid in fish or flaxseed reduce risk of heart disease and aid joint pain. And then fruits and vegetables contain many different phytochemicals which reduce risk of cancer and heart diseases. And you know that Bundelkhand region is really very conducive for growing not only the mustard crop but also the broccoli. So here, considering the scope of broccoli production, we have to think of development of nutraceutical. Similarly, in Bundelkhand, flax, that is basically til, and the alsi, you know, that flaxseed, they have been grown widely. And if we are able to develop the nutraceutical product from this sesame oil or the linseed oil, then and subsequently also utilize their protein for various purposes, then I'm sure this will provide very broad scope for the development of bio-entrepreneurship in this particular region. Similarly, phytochemicals we are also able to work. Here, this agri-processing for production of whole food and nutraceutical, particularly utilizing the wonder grains of Bundelkhand region for rejuvenating health and eliminating health elements and disease through nutraceutical property. We are using this Bara Naja combination. There are 12 grains, and these 12 grains have to be utilized in south and north differently. So depending on the dietary habitat, we can able to develop some functional food in the form of breakfast cereal by combinatorial approach of complementation and supplementation, and also value addition utilizing the application of genomics as well as the nanotechnology, biotechnology, and bioinformatics. And these are the low-cost, healthy snack, that is Nutri-Air product, which we have already developed. Some of them, they have been consumed by many of the consumers, and they are providing very good feedback that ultimately they are not only providing the health benefits, but also some of these continuous consumption of this, they will also prevent the onset of the disease. Like Nutri Porridge, this will have supplementation for health and support. Nutri Khichdi, Nutri Diet Care, some of the preparation which is providing the benefits to the diabetic. Nutri Cardiac Care, Nutri Osteo Care, Nutri Gastro Care, Nutri Heme Care, Onco Care, Nutri Magaz, and Nutri Soup, Nutri Lex Care, basically for constipation and digestive disorder, and Nutri Sprout Care. Earlier, one of the organizers saying the scope of microgreens. So here microgreens is really providing lot of health benefits and could be, if scientifically rationalized, the value-added Nutri-Air products, then they could be accepted by the consumers. So these are the long list, and our university having post-harvest technology department, where we are developing, and the times to come that some of the bio-entrepreneurship could be developed in our university as well. And these are the anticipated by NutraCare product, like in the form of NutriFlex, NutriVart, BioFiber biscuit, chocolate, midday meal, pediatrics food, geriatrics food, functional food for various ailments, recombinant protein as nutraceutical, flavored health tea, probiotics, fermented food and vinegar, concentrate, juice, soup, and chutney. And you must be knowing that vinegar of organic origin, that is earlier by traditional wisdom in the earthen pot, only you have to use some inoculum. This is giving within 10 days very good quality of the vinegar. Otherwise, the traditional practices, they will take 6 months. So this is the scope of developing vinegar through traditional knowledge, as well as using the science of bioinoculant, where we are able to get fast production of vinegar even in the earthen pot, so that the rural livelihood option in the villages, that could also be enhanced. Similarly, concentrates, juices, soup, chutney, wine, cedar, and industrially important enzymes from agro waste. This is another important area, as Dr. Garg has already pointed out, that there are many important key area where there is a wide scope of development of bio-entrepreneurship. But I found that bio-NutraCare products, they will really provide adjunct for really expanding the nutri innovation biocluster in the Bundelkhand region. And these are the some product we are thinking: wheat, oats based nutritive material, then millet crackers, and then methionine rich wheat ragi 1. Then mayonnaise, basically they are utilizing the white beans. They are rich in many vitamins. So because this Bundelkhand region is really known for many of the beans, and that could be utilized for development of these mayonnaise of vegetable origins. And then we have also created one of the important platform at our university in the form of agri innovation. And this agri innovation is a platform for sparked mind uh, at RLBCU Jhansi. Particularly, this agri innovation platform is really serve purpose to guide student and faculty to become innovative and creative for transforming information into knowledge for the benefits of the society, to ignite the skill of student community and faculty for development of new ideas and innovative process, to build linkages between formal scientific and informal knowledge system, and create a knowledge network to link various stakeholders, to promote wider awareness, and to carry the value of innovation on the commercial platform. And the last one, to inculcate the babes among the student faculty to become globally competitive, to develop sustainable technology for sustaining grassroots innovation. And you know that innovation is the key for the success of any of the entrepreneurship. And in the morning, our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Professor G.K. Garg and other speaker also pointed out the importance of innovation in our country. Innovation based on biotechnological application is really able to enhance the economy of this country. And this bioeconomy and circular economy is really going to play very, very significant role in times to come for making our India Atmanirbhar, self-reliant. And this is the last one where we have to say the translational research is a very, very important thing. We have lot of technology, we have lot of knowledge in our university institution. What that will remain in the lab, the only purpose is how to bring that knowledge available in public institution, whether a state agriculture university, central university, ICR, or maybe CSIR, or maybe private and academic institution or NGO are even having many good information. And this we have to identify, and we have to generate a proof of concept. And on this proof of concept, we have to do research and development and demonstrate this concept and validate this concept through collaboration with different institutions. And this R&D approach is really able to generate not only the newer knowledge, but also newer process, newer product, and newer technology that could be developed. And henceforth, I'm emphasizing that there is a need of fostering the linkage with educational institution and industry, which is really essential for creation of new knowledge and innovation, and thus able to fetch newer IPR for the development of this country. Thank you. And this is the planned journey ahead. We have to turn innovation into enterprise, addressing the key challenges in the agri-food value chain, which require integrated and leveraged funding, empower student farmers and consumer with knowledge, capacity, and resource control, and develop a center of excellence in nanobiotechnology in agri-food nutrition with a state-of-art facility for inculcating innovation, development of product, process, and potential technology, and generation of excellent human resources and technical support. Then promote translational research through development of central facility that we are developing in our university. And our university is having integrated central research lab. We have developed 25 research lab, particularly having need and purpose based. And one of the purpose, we are also thinking development of value added product, where post harvest technology and forest product utilization lab that could be developed for development of functional food, nutraceutical, cosmeceutical, and herbal pharmaceutical. And there is also need of the development of a public-private producer partnership model. Now it is coming in the form of self-help group and farmer producer organization, and that could be linked with the public funded institution, particularly university, so that we are able to work together for not only production, the value added production, but simultaneously also the value addition in terms of the development of product and commercialization, marketing and distribution of these these value added product and the food. So thank you very much. And this is the last we have to say. We are what we eat. We are what our mother ate. We are what our grandmother ate. We are what our microbiome ate. Basically, the basic purpose of Nutri-Air innovation is to maintain the health and also maintain the ancient genetic constitution of our ancestor, so that we are able to maintain our integrity of the biological system by proving the Nutri-Air product as beneficial not only for your health but simultaneously also for vital organ system as well as the gut microbiome, which are also determinant of health and disease onset. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Organizer is there, not?
Thank you very much, sir, for giving such a detailed and planned journey from academia to enterprise development. It's really very eye-opening for the participants, but due to boundaries of the time, we were unable to listen you for more time. Thank you very much, sir, for discussing nano bioinformation to agri-processing technology to value addition. Thanks once again, sir.
Thank you. I was not audible?
You are audible, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, thank you very much, sir. And now I'm moving to the moving ahead. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. S.P. Singh, who is the director at Somvanshi Research Foundation, Lucknow, and he is the former professor and head Department of Mycology and Plant Pathology
अरे सुनो,
at
कैसे बंद होगा?
Banaras. Professor H.B. Singh is also served the Department of Science and Technology and Department of Biotechnology, that is DVT, in various project advisory committee. He has received several prestigious national awards, and during his journey, Dr. Singh has obtained 20 US patents, 4 PCTs, and so many more achievements in his credit. Now, I would like to request Dr. H.B. Singh to please take over them. Dr. Singh.
Yes, good afternoon, friends.
Yes,
thank you very much for giving me opportunity. I'm happy to see Professor Anil Kumar, my old friend from Pantanagar, Professor G.K. Garg, a very learned microbiologist. I'm thankful to Dr. Segar that he provided me an opportunity. So I've been asked to give an idea that how extramural funding can be generated by the young colleagues and students. So I will be just taking you to slide. ये स्लाइड शो पे जाना था, ये मिनिमाइज हो गया, कैसे बढ़ेगा यहाँ से ना?
स्लाइड शो पे आपको दिखाना है?
हाँ,
आपको शेयर करना है
हमें
स्क्रीन?
शेयर करना।
तो खोलिए तो स्लाइड पहले।
स्लाइड ही तो खोलना है।
अपना स्लाइड तो खोलिए अपने सिस्टम में।
सिस्टम पे तो चले बैक तब ना।
अरे कंप्यूटर पे तो खोलिए स्लाइड।
तो इस उस पे डेस्क पे है ना बेटा।
तो खोलिए उसको, दिखाइए।
पूरा स्क्रीन ही गायब हो गया ना यहाँ से, जहाँ दिखता है स्लाइड्स। ये है।
हाँ तो चल तो रहा है स्क्रीन शेयरिंग, योर स्क्रीन शेयरिंग ठीक तो दिख रहा होगा, पूछिए। ओके करिए, कैंसिल कर दीजिए।
Is it visible now, the slide?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So attracting extramural grants from Indian funding agencies. I thought that I will speak because Dr. Sengar was talking to me that he is interested somebody from DST or DBT, but unfortunately he couldn't get. So I said, okay, I'm member of these two important, the sponsoring agencies. So I thought I will discuss a little bit about that. So why funding is necessary? You see, Dr. Anil Kumar made a wonderful presentation. He had published series of good papers in high impact journal. Number of patents, number of technologies are generated from Pantnagar, and now he has moved to Rani Lakshmibai University. And all has been possible while he had a very good funding from DST and DBT. So friends, this is one that you can do good research. Another thing is you can attract good PhD students, because if you have a good funding, certainly the PhD students will be attracted towards you. You can build collaboration that will increase your exposure. And then this is the measure of quality. Many times what happens in the interviews, if you go, the committee asks you how many sponsors project you have. And therefore, this is one of the most important criteria for young scientists, particularly to bring extramural funding from various agencies. And that helps you in promotion. This is what exactly is required. Now, what kind of supports are available? Normally what happens, many people, they always rely only on public funding. And in public funding, DST and DVT, they are the two major sources, but there are n number of agencies I will be discussing later on. That yes, there are agencies from where you can seek the grants. Now, private institutions do give a lot of money, and I will give you an example of Bill and Melinda Foundation. They have given several crores of rupees to many universities and institutes in the country. So they are also the funders. Like there are many equipment donors. What happens normally in countries like our developing country, in US and in Australia, once the equipment is old and the new models they come, they always, put a, okay, somebody is interested, they can take it. And my teacher at that time, Banaras University, Professor U.P. Singh, got a lot of equipment from Germany as a donation. In different kind of, somebody provides you space, supply, employment time, equipment uses, and all these things are possible if you are really doing good research. Now, I have been associated with the TST1 program, which is very unique in the sense that is a women scientist program. And today it is known as KIRAN, Knowledge, Involvement and Research Advancement through Nurturing. This program is meant for those who are PhD or MSc in any branch of science, not having regular job. Perhaps this is the only program which an unemployed person can have. So there are three distinct types of program. One is WAS-A, where the basic and applied sciences are considered. Then WAS-B, that is meant for societal programs or developing entrepreneurship. And third is WAS-C, that is entrepreneurship for the self-employment. And normally in this program, this is for 1 year, and patent training is provided in this program. So upper two programs like WAS A and WAS B, the fellowship amount is about 55,000 rupees per month plus a contingent grant. But the third one is 35,000 rupees. So one can have this particular program in the university or in any college also you can do. The beauty of this program is that a woman who is not employed can take this program, and if the spouse move from that particular place to any other place, she can get the fellowship transferred. So this is a very unique program of DST given to women only. Another program for the women in DBT is BioCare. It's a wonderful program again. So I'm not giving you the details. I've just given you the simple guideline. You just visit the website and download the eligibility criteria and other things. BIRAC program. See, Dr. Anil Kumar Saab wonderfully described number of technologies. So if you really want to incubate such technology at any of the university or in a CSR center, you can submit a project to BIRAC and BIRAC will support you, and you can have your product and market it. You can have your own industry. So they make an announcement in the newspaper and the website. So you are supposed to visit the website, see the date of announcement, and then accordingly you submit your application. Now in agriculture university, as I said, normally they depend only on ICR system, and ICR, only two type of grant. ICR extramural research project, and then National Agriculture Science Fund, very, very competitive grant. So of course the budget is very huge, but you have to be very, very scientific in writing the project. And then the large number of projects are submitted to council. 90% concepts are rejected at the concept level. So you can imagine the rejection rate is very high. And therefore, if you are really doing good science, and if you have published good papers, you have patents, you have technology, then only you can think of submitting project to National Agriculture Science Fund. Now, another very important program of the Government of India is Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, RKVY. Very huge fund is available on the disposal of the respective government. So if you want to have a budget from the RKVY, you have to apply through the Government of Uttar Pradesh. We have a Directorate of Agriculture. So you submit your application to Directorate of Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and then it will be processed here through SLIC, and then the central ministry people also used to come, and the meetings are held here. And once your project is approved, money will be transferred to your university very quickly. Friends, the RKBY budget is, earlier it was about 1,000 crore for Uttar Pradesh, but it has been reduced now to 400 crores. And out of 400 crore, about 10% grant is meant for R&D. So you can imagine about 40 crore is there for you. You can submit a program which is really important for farming community. It can be funded by the RKBY. Another mega program of the Government of India is National Food Security Mission. Again, the Government of Uttar Pradesh has approximately 400 crore plus. 400 crore plus this year under the National Food Security Mission. So I'm sure that many such programs have been taken by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University. I know that they got a lot of money in RKVY. In National Food Security Mission, I don't have much idea that whether they have received fund or not. But yes, they can. Not only the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University, anybody who is residing in UP can apply to both RKVY and National Food Security Mission. Another important funding agency is National Horticulture Mission. All these, as I said, they are the money given by the central government. 90% money is given by the central government, and 10% money has to be given by the state government. So that is the 100%. So in National Horticulture Mission also, you can submit your project to Directorate here, Directorate of Horticulture, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and it will be processed. And finally, the applications, once accepted, you will get the money for this type of activity. Now in UGC, there are number of programs, but earlier they were giving a small project to college teachers and university teacher. Now they have stopped giving. Now postdoctoral fellowship to women candidate and DS Kothari program, postdoctoral fellowship only available. Now big programs are not there with UGC, and therefore only the young researcher can think of applying to the UGC for grant. Now, what happens? So sitting in the task forces of various, DST and DBT committees, what we have seen that there are regions for acceptance and there are regions for rejection also. So what is important, I will focus on that, why many times what happens once your project is rejected, you feel disappointed, and many cases what happens, they never submit the project. Don't think that once you submit a project immediately it will be approved. Yes, you have to prove and track record that you are a good scientist, you have published good papers, you have patents, you have technology, and you have something in your hand, then only you will get a project. So develop a coherent research program. This is the first funding caution. Do not detract from the publication or other creative endeavors. Then continuity of support. Efforts should be not be overwhelming. Better to pass an opportunity than they embark one of the little chance of the success. Be prepared for rejection. As I said, in the council, 90% projects are rejected at the concept level. Similarly, the case in DST and DBT, rejection rates are very, very high. Why this is so, I will let you know later on. Now, as I said, in the university or colleges, they apply only to 2 and 3 funding agencies. So I have listed many funding agencies which are available in India for funding to fund a good researcher. Not that any Tom, Dick and Harry applies and he or she will get money from these funding agencies. So please see to it that there are about 25 plus funding agencies giving money to various researchers. See here also. I'm not just reading it out, but you can see it that there are number of agencies meant for university and college teachers or for the institutions they fund. Now, here I will let you know how to get a project from the funding agency. Your planning should be very, very nice. Writing should be good. Approval from the administration is required. So these 3-4 things are very, very essential before you. What are the elements of the grant? Problem statement, project summary, then goal and objective. This is very, very important. The objectives should be well defined. Many times what we have seen, some PIs, they come with 15 objective, 20 objective. They cannot be completed in 20 years, but they write that in 3 years they will complete. So these type of projects are never funded. Timeline and methods, budget justification, evaluation, organizational information, from which organization you applied, that is also very, very important. And sustainability and future funding depends on that. So these are the elements to get funding from different agencies. I can skip this, yeah. Now, for writing objectives, the idea, from where to get the idea. Many times the PIs are asked this question, how you have framed the objective, from where you conceived the idea. My observation and my experience says that annual reviews are the best source to get the new ideas. So annual reviews are published annually and in all field of sciences. So what I recommend, please visit the website of annual reviews of your own subject, read the reviews, and at the end of the review you will find that where the gap areas are mentioned. So the best source, as I mentioned, should be annual review. So the gap areas you pick from there, from your domain, and then frame 2 or 3 objectives. Maximum should be 4, not 15, 20. Dr. Anil Kumar himself is in task force of many DBT committees, and he must have rejected and accepted many proposals. So I'm telling you, friends, objectives should be very crisp and clear, well defined. and that can be achievable in 2 to 3 year time which you are proposing. Not that you propose big objectives and they are completed in 5 to 10 year time, so your project will not be accepted. So these are the strategies I have just listed here, that if you really follow, then only you will get a project. So next step, securing funding, identify a relevant funding agency. Now, what type of projects you are writing, you identify the funding agency first, like RKVY. I just want to make a mention of RKVY. So only extension-based project where the farmers are directly getting the benefit can only be funded by the RKVY. Similarly, the National Food Security Mission, again, you see in that particular program, directly farmer must get the benefit. So all the lab work which can be translated to the field can go to such type of funding agency. But a program where you are really doing some basic research, it should go to DST, DVT or CSIR or UGC, not to RKVY or the National Food Security Mission or National Horticulture Mission. So please remember that you have to identify, based on your project, the proper funding agency. What type of research program they fund? You try to know who is the program officer looking after that. You can go make a visit, discuss that what type of programs can be funded before you write a project. So these are the tips of getting, project from various funding agency. I will tell you our own story. When I moved from CSIR to Banaras Hind University in 2006, I was not having anything in the lab. I started writing project to DST, DVT, RKVY and all, and I could get about 7.5 crores of rupees within 3 years of period. This is how you can get money from various funding agencies to set up the lab. And once your lab is properly set up, you can do good research. Now, I think, I can skip this one also. Proposal writing is very, very essential. And everybody made a mention of innovation. Without innovation, no project can be funded. PIs are supposed to innovate. Many times what happens, again, I will let you know. As a microbiologist, what we see, whosoever make a presentation, they always say, I will isolate native microbe. And the project is based on the native microbe. They presume that they are going to get wonder microbe once they isolate native one. Suppose they don't get that microbe, then projects will fall flat. And therefore, if you are having something in your hand, say, I have this microbe already in my lab, or I have procured this equipment, this particular microbe from XYZ lab. So something means the starting material must be in your hand, then only you have better chances of winning the project. Otherwise, if you say, I will isolate, I will purify, I will characterize, no funding agency will give you money. So my dear friends, please ensure that the basic material from where you are going to start must be there. Now the expert members are very, very senior people. What they see, whether PI is having the competence, whether he is having that particular microbe in hand, whether he has published papers in good journal or not, all those things are seen by the experts member, because they are very senior people and they have already gone through those processes which you are really doing now. Now, as I said, there are myths and dogmas in the project writing, and project acceptance or denial. So technical and scientific merit road determines the winner. Please remember that if you are really technically sound, your project is scientifically good, I'm sure you will get the project. Proposal should always be written for the top experts in your field. As I said, experts are very, very senior people, well-learned people. So they immediately see your project objectives and decide whether this project can be funded or not. Only peers pick proposal. As I said, you feel that, experts are sitting, they are gossiping, they are not keeping, that type of care. No, they immediately scan your paper within second and decide whether you are able or capable of doing so. Don't ask your colleague to review your proposal. Sometime really you are disappointed because they discourage you. Don't do this. More myths. It is a good idea to submit the same proposal to several. Many times what happens, there are many PIs, they change the title and submit to various funding agencies. Follow your own writing style. Reviewers don't care about the guidelines. This is again a problem. Certain fixed guidelines are there by all funding agencies. So please go through the website, follow the style, whatever the instructions are given in the guideline, you must. Don't worry about schedule and deliverable. This is the research. So these are the myths, and they are the one whose projects are never funded by any funding agency. Now, what again I said, peers say, high impact journal is one, and then their citation is two. So I've just given you one paper which was published in Nature. Top 100 cited papers. And you will be happy to see that one paper of Lowry, the estimation of protein, everybody follows in biochemistry today, has been cited more than 3 lakh times. And if you see here, the inventor of double helix DNA, the Watson and Crick, whose paper is cited less time. So the very simple thing is, as an expert member, sometimes we say that Lowry's method is the world highest cited paper, whereas many Nobel laureates whose papers are not cited even by 10, 15 people. So if your innovations are something like that, we never see that only the highest cited paper scientists should be provided the project. It's not like that. So what do the funder look for the proposal? One is collaboration. Now in the university system, I was there. So what I personally believe, that we do not have any interaction with the industry, which is very, very important, because until unless you have industry collaboration or industry partnership, you cannot transfer your technology. So I succeeded in transferring many of my biopesticide technology to industries only because in the CSIR system, you have to interact with the industry, but that is lacking in the university system. And therefore, now people are very, very careful that industry partnership has become essential, and many times in many universities you can see business incubation centers are created only with that particular idea. Community service project, research and services, theory, practical application, innovation, bridging geography and other barriers. These are some of the things which particularly the experts member in the committee they look for. As I said in the beginning, many times projects are rejected, so the PIs are discouraged. I always tell them, don't be disheartened. Once rejected doesn't mean that in future also it will be rejected. So what may be the reason of rejection? One is they submit late. Applicant did not follow the proper instruction. Friends, believe me, even the summary they write, large number of applications we have seen, number of errors in the summary. So if a PI cannot write proper summary with proper spellings, who is going to support that type of PI? So my submission to all young PIs particularly, that please give time for preparation of the project. Once you write a nice project with proper spellings, proper instructions, with fully supported, well-documented, objectives, as I mentioned, 3 to 4 objectives, not 20, I don't find any reason of rejection. And the most important is that project is not feasible. Many times what happens, the PI is not competent in that area. He sometimes use somebody, influence to request somebody to write project on his behalf. So once they make presentation, the expert member immediately the PI is unrealistic, PI doesn't know things, and this is the reason why these projects are rejected.
So that's about.
Mention some of the reason of rejection, but I think this is not the point which we should discuss. Now again, in the task forces, what happens? Many people publish papers in journals which are not impact, no impact factor. So those type of journals, some PI come up with 100 papers, 200 papers, 300 papers. And if you see those papers, many of them, they are not having any impact. So this is a cartoon I picked from Nature. I liked it. If you really want to publish in a high impact journal, law of gravity, who discovered, you all know. Now what is happening now particularly in Indian science, in the colleges particularly, are those universities where facilities do not have. They don't have enough facilities, but they publish paper. So here you see oranges fall, and what here you see. So this is just to show you that publish original innovative paper, not the duplicate one. Now, what is the real secret of getting funding? Communicating what is unique about your project. You should rehearse properly, because many times you are given 10 minutes or 8-minute time. Once you go there, it is reduced to 5 minutes. So be ready for that you are able to finish your objective, the work line, then the expected deliverable within 7 to 8 minutes. And this is what exactly you require to get a project from. And the last point is your passion and commitment to it will fetch you a project. So this is all I wanted to share with you, friends, because many speakers, they have taken more time and they have given very good scientific information. So I simply have given you some of the funding agencies from where you can download the application just by visiting the website, and the tips which I have given you, you can prepare the project and you will certainly win. That is my idea and concept. And whatever little I could do in science, I could do only because of the funding agencies were very kind and liberal for me, and I could get enough money and I could do little science. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. In public sector organization, it's very difficult to execute on innovative idea without having any fund. So you very nicely explained how to get the money from different funding agency and what criteria has to be followed. Thank you very much, sir, for showing us the path how we can extract the money from the funding agency to carry out our research in a proper way. And I hope that our participants will definitely get benefited with this presentation. Thanks once again, sir.
Thank you.
So moving ahead, thank you, sir. So moving ahead further, as we know that in entrepreneurship, there are 3 legs. One is innovative idea, another is money. So we have covered these 2. And third is how we can convert these 2 things into successful bio enterprise. So now I would like to introduce a successful bio entrepreneur in the field of agriculture, Mr. Aman Dayal, who is the Director of Seeds and Information Technology at Dayal Group of Industries. He has been instrumental in establishing system and in introducing IT innovations for improved efficiency in operations throughout the business. and how a business can turn into a successful bio enterprise. He has proven this one. I would like to give a little brief about Dayal Group. Dayal Group has been consistently striving to develop and make available quality products that enhance productivity of crops and animals, serving market across South Asia and Africa today. And the group has 4 different verticals in agribusiness. One is Dayal Fertilizers Private Limited, another is Dayal Seeds Private Limited, then Dayal Biotech Private Limited, Dayal Industries Private Limited, and Dayal Infosystems Private Limited. So I hope that our participants will definitely get encouraged after listening the success story of a successful bio entrepreneur. So without wasting much time, I would like to invite Mr. Dayal to share his story with our participants and us. Mr. Dayal, please.
थैंक यू मैडम। सभी महानुभावों का जो सभा में उपस्थित है, दयाल की ओर से मेरा नमस्कार। मैम एक सहायता चाहूंगा, मेरी स्क्रीन अगर शेयर हुई है तो एक बार कंफर्म कर दीजिए प्लीज।
जी सर।
ओके,
इट्स शेयर्ड सर।
परफेक्ट। सो थैंक यू मैडम। मैं सभा में सभी लोगों से पुनः पहले रिक्वेस्ट ये कर दूंगा कि जी, मैं जैसे मैम ने भी बताया, मैं अपना संबोधन जो है वो हिंदुस्तानी भाषा में रखूंगा, तो थोड़ा इंग्लिश थोड़ा हिंदी रखूंगा। और साथ में जो ये विषय मुझे दिया गया है बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, बायो एंटरप्राइज, हमारे यहाँ एक दूसरे डायरेक्टर हैं जो इस पे एक्सपर्ट हैं, पर क्योंकि डॉक्टर साहब की स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट थी तो ये संबोधन मैं कर रहा हूँ। तो यदि कहीं कोई त्रुटि रह जाए तो मैं डायरेक्टली इससे रिलेटेड नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैं कवर करने की कोशिश करूँगा कि जितना हम लोग यहाँ पे बायो एंटरप्राइज कैसे दयाल में कर रहे हैं। जैसा अभी पीछे बात भी करी कि दयाल एक कंपनी से शुरू हुआ था और आज की तारीख में विस्तृत उत्पाद श्रृंखलाओं के साथ साथ विस्तृत डेडिकेटेड वर्टिकल्स भी हैं हमारे पास। और मुझे खुशी है आपके साथ शेयर करते हुए कि गत वर्ष हम लोगों ने अपने 40 वर्ष की यात्रा पूर्ण करी है। तो अपने संबोधन के अंदर मैं बायोसेंट्रिक चीज़ों के ऊपर, जिस पे दयाल ने डिफरेंट समय पे लेकर के इसको आगे एज अ उत्पाद, एज अ प्रोडक्ट, एज अ मार्केट इस्टेब्लिश किया, उसके ऊपर करूँगा। सो एक क्विक झलक देखते हैं दयाल ग्रुप के बारे में। पहले हम लोग की एक पॉलिसी है कि भाई दयाल का है सपना खुशहाल और किसान अपना, एंड आई थिंक उसको पूर्ण करने के लिए वट एवर वी मेक, either we try to be the best in that or we don't continue with that. So we are the best in whatever product line we formulate. These product lines जो है हमारी ग्रुप सर्विसेज में अगर हम बात करें, so न्यूट्रिएंट, सिंगल न्यूट्रिएंट जिंक सल्फेट से शुरू करके today we are present in all the micronutrients, the secondary nutrients and the primary nutrients through water soluble contents, not the major fertilizers but उनके थ्रू। इसके अलावा हम लोग काफ़ी प्लांट ग्रोथ प्रमोटर्स, रेगुलेटर्स, बायो प्रमोटर्स, बायो पेस्टिसाइड्स वगैरह, इन सब के ऊपर भी विस्तृत रूप से डिफरेंट एरियाज में क्रॉप स्पेसिफिक सॉल्यूशंस पे कार्य करते हैं। साथ में हमारी जो सीड का वर्टिकल है उसके अंदर विभिन्न ग्रेन क्रॉप्स इन द मार्केट जो है उनके ऊपर बायो फोर्टिफाइड क्रॉप्स, हाई यील्डिंग क्रॉप्स, हाइब्रिड क्रॉप्स, उन सब के ऊपर अपना इंटरनल R&D स्टैब्लिश्ड है, एंड उसी के प्रोडक्ट्स काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पाइपलाइन के साथ हम लोग मार्केट में पुश कर रहे हैं। सामने आप इमेज में ये भी देख रहे होंगे थोड़ा सा, इसमें हम लोग टिश्यू कल्चर में भी कार्यरत हैं, जिसमें हम आलू, बनाना, शुगर केन सैपलिंग्स, इन सब पे डिफरेंट टिश्यू कल्चर्स करते हैं। वेलकम बैक टू द बायो साइड ऑफ द टिश्यू कल्चर। इसके अलावा हम लोग एनिमल न्यूट्रिशन में भी उपस्थित हैं, जिसमें हम लोग कैटल फीड और पोल्ट्री फीड मेजरली करते हैं। और अभी जैसे अपने चीफ मिनिस्टर जी योगी जी की भी योजना चली है कि उत्तर प्रदेश को एक फिश सेंट्रिक प्रदेश बनाया जाए, जिसके लिए डिफरेंट जगह कई योजनाएं चल रही हैं, पॉन्ड्स खोदे जा रहे हैं। तो हम लोग फिश फीड के अंदर नॉर्थ इंडिया का सबसे पहला आई थिंक ये मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट होगा। आई थिंक बाय 2021 we'll also be present in that. इसके अतिरिक्त दयाल इज आल्सो प्रेजेंट इन आईटी सेक्टर, जहाँ पे हम लोग डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ रूरल ट्रेड को हेल्प कर रहे हैं, वेदर इट इज ट्रेडर्स, शॉपकीपर्स, small, micro, small, medium type of enterprises, and even academic institutions जो इस कोविड टाइम में जिनको डिफरेंट टाइप के ऑटोमेशन सॉफ्टवेयर्स या ऑनलाइन एग्जामिनेशंस टाइप के सॉल्यूशंस की नीड है. So these business verticals, एक क्विक जर्नी लास्ट 40 साल की आपके समक्ष की, कैसे कैसे हम लोग डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कंपनीज में और डिफरेंट डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट्स इंक्रीज करते गए. 79 में सबसे पहले हम लोग ने अपना न्यूट्रिएंट और फर्टिलाइजर डिवीजन स्टैब्लिश किया. उसके बाद उसके अंदर धीरे धीरे और माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स ऐड हुए और प्लांट ग्रोथ प्रमोटर्स धीरे धीरे ऐड हुए. बाय 1996 वी स्टार्टेड एक्सप्लोरिंग समवॉट जो फार्मर की नीड है. जैसे हमारे से पहले भी स्पीकर्स ने कहा कि इसेंशियली जो नीड है, एक है कि केवल रिसर्च होना, और दूसरा है वो रिसर्च वास्तव में उसकी कोई नीड थी या नहीं थी, केवल रिसर्च करने के लिए रिसर्च. तो वी ऑलवेज केप्ट आवर ईयर्स क्लोज टू द ग्राउंड एंड वी ऑलवेज हर्ड व्हाट द फार्मर वांट्स. सो धीरे धीरे करके जैसे जैसे ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन आया और ये ज्यादा खेती होने लगी, उस तरीके से जो हमारी मृदा थी, जो हमारी सॉइल थी, उसका फ्लोरा एंड फौना कहीं ना कहीं डिस्टर्ब होने लगा. एंड धीरे धीरे करके उसको इम्प्रूव करने के लिए, सो दैट इज वेयर वी forayed into a biotechnology company. So 1996 में the biotech company was born, जिसके अंदर we started doing microorganisms to restore the flora and fauna of the soil and maintain that soil health. एक soil health है कि nutrition level पे हम लोगों ने उसको करा हुआ है, जिसके अंदर सही मात्रा में उसके अंदर पोषक तत्व हैं, लेकिन साथ में उसकी जो microorganisms हैं वो excessive use of chemicals, excessive use of pesticides से कहीं ना कहीं उनका समन्वय ब्रेक हो रहा था, उनका बैलेंस ब्रेक हो रहा था. So to restore that, this is the foray that we went into. In about 2000, we again look back to the farmer's needs, and farmer said कि भाई मेरे को अपना जो पशुपालन है, ये इसके अंदर मुझे अच्छा फीड नहीं मिलता है, मुझे अच्छा न्यूट्रिशन नहीं मिलता है, मैं केवल चरी या ऐसे खिलाता हूँ. So वो बैलेंस डाइट कैसे करें, बिकॉज धीरे धीरे as the population grew, the amount of output that the farmer started to get from the cattle, the amount of milk जितना उनको चाहिए था वो बढ़ाया जा रहा था. So उत्पादन कैसे बढ़ाया जाए, उसके लिए अच्छी डाइट तो जरूरत है ही. अभी उनसे पहले डॉक्टर अनिल ने भी, डॉक्टर एच बी सिंह ने भी इसके ऊपर स्ट्रेस दिया कि अच्छी ह्यूमन डाइट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सिमिलरली अच्छी कैटल डाइट, अच्छी एनिमल डाइट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इफ यू वांट टू इंक्रीज द उत्पादन. सो इस सरकार ने तो अब पिछले 6-7 साल से कह रही है कि डबल दी फार्मर्स इनकम, बट आई थिंक वी हैव ऑलवेज बीन वर्किंग ऑन हाउ टू इंक्रीज द फार्मर्स इनकम बाय एडिंग दिस. मोस्टली आवर प्रोडक्ट्स आर लाइक अ बिजनेस प्रोडक्ट टू द फार्मर, जहाँ पे वो उस प्रोडक्ट को लेकर के अपनी आमदनी. वी ऑलवेज हैव अ प्रिंसिपल इन एनी प्रोडक्ट दैट वी लॉन्च कि अगर उस पर किसान 1 रुपया खर्च कर रहा है तो कम से कम उसे 5 से 10 रुपए अगर रिटर्न नहीं हो रहे हैं तो ऐसी प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करके कुछ फायदा नहीं है. तो आई थिंक उस श्रृंखला में ही हम लोग 2004 में वी फोरेड इनटू सीड्स. और सीड्स के अंदर हाई यील्डिंग सीड्स, गुड सीड्स, वी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम पब्लिक नोटिफाइड वेराइटीज जितनी मार्केट में है. एंड आई थिंक वी कैन सेफली से दिस कि द नोटिफाइड वेराइटीज जो मार्केट में है, उसके अंदर आप अगर वही दयाल की आप नोटिफाइड वेराइटी उठाएंगे एंड यू पिक इट अप फ्रॉम द मार्केट, वी विल डेफिनेटली हैव अ मच बेटर प्योरिटी. सरकार कहती है 75%, हम कहते हैं 95%. वी मेक इट 95% प्योर सो दैट व्हेंस द फार्मर यूजेस इट, वो है सो वो एक्स्ट्रा वैल्यू एड जो किसान को मिलता है, आई थिंक दैट इज रियली हेल्पिंग इट. प्लस जैसे जैसे हम लोगों ने रिसर्च बिल्ड करी तो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी के जो यूज करी, वी स्टार्टेड मेकिंग these crops more rich in terms of the bio content, the nutrition content that these things have. So better crossing, better elite lines ke sath crossing. So I'll come back to that in the later half of my presentation. Similarly 2010 पे जैसे 2000 में पशुपालन की बात हुई, so कई फार्मर्स, हम लोग जैसे जोग्राफिकल एक्सपैंड करते रहे, so कई फार्मर्स ने एक्सप्रेस किया कि भाई हम लोग मुर्गी पालन भी कर रहे हैं. एंड इसका इफेक्ट लास्ट एक डेकेड में देखा गया, पिछले दशक में 10 सालों में ये देखा गया कि इंडिया में प्रोटीन कंजम्पशन नॉट ओनली इन द वेजिटेरियन डाइट बट ऑल्सो इन द नॉन वेजिटेरियन डाइट काफी इंक्रीज हुआ है. सो एज अ रिजल्ट द चिकन, जो हम मीट जो खाते हैं लोग, वो लोग also wanted better protein and more production was required. So I think that is where we again heard the farmer and दयाल का है सपना खुशहाल और किसान अपना. Hence the poultry division was born. Keeping with our mission, we went forward and said कि धीरे धीरे टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से सारी चीजें परिवर्तित हो रही हैं. So how do we get into the technology and have better communication? आप और मैं अर्बन मार्केट में बैठ करके स्विगी से ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं, जोमेटो से ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं, अमेजोन से ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं, ट्रैकिंग देख सकते हैं, बट दैट पुअर फार्मर इज नॉट एबल टू सी दैट. और जो अपना बीच का जो चेन है, डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क जो सभी कंपनियों का है, उसके अंदर कहीं ना कहीं डिलेज होती हैं, जिसकी वजह से किसान तो बारिश से चलता है, लेकिन जो सप्लाई है वो सभी लोग टाइमली नहीं कर पाते, या किसान को जो पीड़ाएं हैं, किसान को जो समस्याएं आ रही हैं, वेदर इट इज न्यूट्रिशन रिलेटेड, वेदर इट इज क्रॉप रिलेटेड, वेदर इट इज पेस्ट रिलेटेड, उसकी जानकारी कैसे दी जाए. तो उस सब को अच्छे रूप से, सही ढंग से, टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से, सरल भाषा में, उसकी भाषा में समय से कैसे उपलब्ध कराई जाए. तो उसके लिए डिवीजन वाज बॉर्न बाय द नेम इन्फो सिस्टम, जिसके अंदर उस तरीके की टेक्नोलॉजी चीजें बनाई जा रही हैं. एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, सो फार एज रिसेंट एज 2 साल पहले हमारी एक क्रॉप केयर डिवीजन शुरू हुई, जिसके अंदर हमारा मेजर फोकस रहा कि विषमुक्त खेती की तरफ हम थोड़ा सा और प्रयास करें. और जो हम क्रॉप्स खा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जितना पेस्टिसाइड हम क्रॉप के ऊपर यूज करेंगे वो सारा कहीं पर घूम फिर करके हमारे शरीर में ही प्रवेश करेगा. तो किस तरीके से वो कंजम्पशन बेटर किया जाए, रोका जाए, या कोई बायो समाधान के माध्यम से किया जाए. सो दोस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स वी हैव स्टार्टेड डूइंग इन द क्रॉप केयर डिवीजन. मुझे जो टॉपिक दिया गया ये बायो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के ऊपर, तो मेरे से पहले स्पीकर्स ने काफ़ी टेक्निकल चीज़ों के ऊपर चर्चा कर ली है कि हम क्या नैनो साइंस है, किस तरीके से माइक्रोबायोम, किस तरीके से फूड में वो प्रवेश करते हैं. और जहाँ तक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात है, ये भी एक स्टैंडर्ड जानकारी है जो सबको है. बट ये बायो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, या जो आज की युवा पीढ़ी जिस नाम से बायो ई के नाम से इसको कहती है, ये क्या है? तो हम जो इसको दयाल में मानते हैं, बायो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज नथिंग बट अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ दिस टेक्नोलॉजी ऑफ बायोलॉजी through academia, through your own labs, through your own research, and then customizing it for the market and taking it forward. So अगर मैं इसका एक चित्र दिखाऊं, जैसे डॉक्टर एच बी सिंह ने भी दिखाया था, so I think this is how bio engineering or bio-E, it's a confluence of engineering, biology, molecular level पे, chemistry level पे, bioinformatics level पे, materials level पे, even somewhere at mechanical level पे, जहाँ पे आप mechanical barriers create करते हैं, समवेयर एट सिंथेटिक लेवल, जहाँ पे हम डिफरेंट क्रॉप्स, जैसे आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कि सिंथेटिक मेज के ऊपर काफी लोग काम कर रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक ये वाला जो ब्लॉब है, ये वाला ब्लॉब तो मेरा टेक्निकल लिमिटेशन हो जाएगी, ये समझा नहीं पाऊंगा मैं इससे ज्यादा. बट आई थिंक जो ये ब्लॉब से जो टेक्नोलॉजीज या जो आइडियाज उत्पन्न होंगे, उसको करने के लिए जो नेक्स्ट पार्ट है, दैट इज दिस, विच इज द मैनेजमेंट साइड ऑफ इट. So bio entrepreneurship के लिए जो management part है, I think plan, do, check, act is the cycle that needs to be followed. Many bio innovations, what happens is, ऐसे इस डॉक्टर एच बी सिंह ने भी कहा कि we created, apple गिरा and then somebody wrote a paper कि oranges also follow the law of gravity. But are we again constantly reviewing what we are doing? What is the need? So what are we planning? What are we acting upon it? Are we really checking on what really happened? And then are we redoing what needs to be done? So I think PDCA is that mool mantra for any business, and especially in case of Bio-E. PDCA becomes even more important because the regulations are very strict in terms of this. Plus the scare is also very genuine because ये एक biology वाला क्षेत्र है जो जितना आपने अभी एक्सप्लोर किया हुआ है, वो भी रोज नई चीजें इसके बारे में पता लग रही है. So I think to define bio-entrepreneurship, it's the confluence of all these sciences together and then taking it forward with persistence in a PDCA cycle. Going forward, Dayal is a bio-enterprise division. हम लोग क्या-क्या करते हैं, कैसे-कैसे करते हैं. So I'll quickly talk about biotechnology as a subject and then move towards the agriculture side of this. So previous speakers have also talked about this in much detail. There is biotechnology in health sector, pharma sector, biorefining, polymers, climate, enzymes, biofuels. But I'll limit my discussion of bio-entrepreneurship in agriculture. And at Dayal, we are doing it in 3 divisions. These 3 divisions are biotech, Dayal Seeds, and Dayal Crop Care. इसके अंदर I'll start from the biotech division. जो 1996 में हमने establish किया था, we started out by from waste to wonder. जो आप लोगों ने किसी ने दिल्ली में अगर visit किया हो, so शुगर इंडस्ट्री का बैक देन 90s में जो मोलासेस और बगासेस से आउटपुट निकलता था वाज बेसिकली प्रेस मड, एंड दैट प्रेस मड शुगर इंडस्ट्री के लिए बिल्कुल वेस्ट था. इट वाज मोस्टली यूज्ड बाय जो ब्रिक लेइंग के लिए, सो भट्टे वाले ले जाते थे और उसको जला करके उससे ब्रिक्स बनाते थे. सो आई थिंक बैक देन द इनोवेशन दैट केम टू आवर माइंड इज, हम लोगों ने उसको स्टडी किया, उसके अंदर टेस्ट वगैरह कराए. वी इवन कंसल्टेड मेनी साइंटिस्ट्स बैक देन, and somebody suggested कि यार इसको soil test की तरह एक बार इसको टेस्ट करा के देखो. What we realized, it was very rich in some of the nutrients. So then we said कि इसको कैसे re-engineer किया जाए, and how do we take it forward, and how do we enrich it with more nutrients, with more bioorganisms, because the need was कि अपनी जो soil है उसके साथ compatible भी चाहिए, उसका flora fauna increase भी होना चाहिए, and it should not have any residue sort of effects. So this is the bio-enriched manure that was born in the first place. Then moving forward, we also went into plant tissue culture. I think this was a collaboration with the CPRI, Central Potato Research Institute. Many scientists there, unke saath discussions हुए, and the science of why tissue culture potato is required. Because generation after generation, potato has this खूबी कह लीजिए या कमी कह लीजिए, it actually becomes weak. Every subsequent generation becomes weak and is more prone to virus. Hence, it is important कि अगर हम tissue cultured आलू बनाते हैं, so that has more strength to fight against the viruses. With today's technology, there is gene editing, which is also possible, but I think it is slightly a little more expensive for now. Some people in Netherlands are also working on seeds of potato. So rather than having eyes of potato, जिसको आप feed करके plant grow करते हैं, they are looking at seed. But I think it's again an economical game. अभी तक it is not economically viable to take it forward. So hence it is not commercial so far. But the plant tissue culture there helps. Similarly, the same thing happens in banana as well. And recently, sugarcane के ऊपर भी काफी लोग इसके ऊपर research कर रहे हैं. There is a whole company in South India जो इसके ऊपर काम कर रही है. Before I forget to mention, ये bio-enriched manure जो हम लोगों ने बनाया था, इसके अंदर when we studied North India में back in 90s, इतना बड़ा इसके ऊपर काम नहीं कर रहे थे. So we had to go all the way to Tamil Nadu. वहाँ पे मदुरई में एक scientist मिले जिन्होंने इसके ऊपर हमें थोड़ा सा बताया. So I think what I'd like to emphasize here is this industry academia collaboration is very important to take that technology forward, because otherwise वो papers में ही रह जाती है. It really needs that. And I'm happy that we at Dayal are very cognizant of it. We interact with many universities at times. Many professors, after retiring from different universities, become our consultants and guide us on how to take things forward. Because itni achhi research hai, it should not just remain stuck in research papers. Similarly, we also do a lot of plant growth regulators in the form of hormones, in the form of amino acids, etc. So उसके ऊपर भी काफी सारा काम चलता है. So that is the biotech division that we do. More details, technicals, I think we have a panel of doctors. So if anyone has questions on these kind of things, I'll be happy to forward those questions to those doctors to answer them, because I think I'll feel technically limited and challenged उनकी technicals में जाने के लिए. In the seed division, we are doing breeding of elite lines from gene-edited parents, meaning we are not doing directly gene editing in our own labs, but we are in collaboration with institutes like CIMET, jinke through we are taking international gene-edited lines with elite, elite lines with the traits of interest, and we are using them in our breeding programs to bring something which is really rich. Either it is biofortified, or it is high yielding, or it is resistant to some kind of diseases. So that kind of biofortification or bio engagement is also being done at the breeding level in some of the seed lines. Moving forward to a very interesting and a very new area of crop care जो हम लोग पिछले 2 साल से कर रहे हैं. We are, I think I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Sardar Patel, because I think ये सरदार पटेल की ही टेक्नोलॉजी है जो वहाँ पे काफी टाइम से चल रही थी, बट आई थिंक वहाँ के जो एक्स प्रोफेसर थे उनके साथ हमने जब कोलैबोरेट किया, देन वी वर एबल टू सॉर्ट ऑफ कमर्शियलाइज इट. These bio control agents, bio barriers, microbial control agents, these are not something new, but they never came to the market in that sense where they were mass adoption नहीं हो पाया उनका, या mass production नहीं हो पाया, या mass जागरूकता नहीं हो पाई, if I may say that. These are very great, excellent technologies to be out there in the market, and they are completely harmless in terms of the human health. They are not pesticides. They are not consumed by you. They are almost like colonization of one type of microorganisms to keep the other type of organisms away. So biocontrol agents, bio barriers like traps and everything, microbial control agents, and then the biopesticides and biofertilizers. So using the natural techniques of nature to sort of safeguard the crops of interest. I think मेरे को इसमें डॉक्टर साहब ने जब हमारे जो कंसल्टेंट थे उन्होंने लेमन भाषा में समझाया कि क्योंकि हमारा जो पर्वतपुर क्षेत्र में हम लोग जहाँ पे कार्यरत हैं यहाँ पे बंदर बहुत सारे होते थे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे अगर आप एक लंगूर को बांध दें तो ये सारे बंदर जो है तितर बितर हो जाएंगे, भाग जाएंगे. That is exactly the way biocontrol agents and these kind of things work. So you are basically increasing the colony of one particular type of an organism, which is preventing the other type of organisms to host themselves in that particular area, which makes it really, I should not say this bio warfare, but for microorganism level, it is actually bio warfare. So these are the different types of things that are happening in the, and if any of you see in the market, आप लोग हमारी जो brand है of all these agents, it's called Param, and our mission, as I said earlier, is Vishmukh Kheti in this. And I have a small video before I conclude, and will not take much time. I'll rather take questions if anybody has in the audience. With that, I'll thank you for your patient listening, and I'm open to questions if there are any, or in the interest of time, do baj raha hai, I think I'll request back to ma'am to take the session forward. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir. What is needed to be a successful entrepreneur, that has been reflected when Mr. Dayal addressed the audience. Though he has been widely traveled, educated in prestigious foreign universities, and still he has been tried to be linked with his, I must say, Mr. Dayal अपनी जड़ों से जुड़े हुए हैं, the enterprise which is serving to the farmers, so he is taking care the need of farmers. उन्हीं की भाषा में, उन्हीं के तरीके से उनसे कैसे interact करना है, शायद हम ये किसी presentation के माध्यम से नहीं सीख सकते, but the way you have shown through your gesture, through your presentation and your overall expression, I think our students and participants will definitely get a message from that one, why an entrepreneur be successful in spite of having a very innovative idea and money, what makes an entrepreneur to be successful. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation and giving an overview about the Dayal Industries.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, I would like to invite Dean College of Biotechnology, Dr. R. Kumar, to conclude the overall webinar, Dr. Kumar, sir, please.
Good afternoon. I think we are already running late by about half an hour, and if we go for one more lecture, then it will be very late, and our time limit is only up to 3 p.m. So now this is the time to conclude and to go for discussion. If there are some questions and some clarifications. So to conclude, I will mention that the webinar was opened by the remarks of our Honorable Vice Chancellor as chairman of this session, and he emphasized about the various areas, various avenues which can be taken up by the different groups as a successful entrepreneur. After that, Professor G.K. Garg, the former OSD of our university, pointed out that how this biotechnological tools, biotechnological based knowledge, biology based knowledge can be converted into a successful entrepreneurship. After that, Dr. A.P. Garg mentioned about biofertilizers, that how what are the method to for production of biofertilizer, what are the different techniques, what are the different kind of biofertilizers which can be produced, and how this knowledge can be converted for a successful or sustainable entrepreneurship. After that, Dr. Anil Kumar, Director Education, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Central Agriculture University, Jhansi, pointed out and presented in very detail about Nutri-Io innovation to enterprise development. He mentioned about the several food products, their nutritive value, and how this traditional knowledge and how the knowledge which is already available with us in our laboratories can be delivered to common masses, and how it can be converted in as an enterprise. And after that, Dr. H.B. Singh, former professor BHU, mentioned in very detail about how extramural grants can be achieved, what is the proper way of formulating a research proposal or a proposal which can attract a grant, what is the correct way of preparing project proposal, and what are the different funding agencies which are providing funds for different groups, including women scientists, young scientists, and so on. So I hope that if particularly our young students, young faculty members, if they follow these guidelines, I hope and trust that they will be able to get some extramural funding after writing their proposals in a scientific and correct way. After that, Mr. Aman Dayal, who is MD Dayal Biotech Private Limited, mentioned about the Dayal group of industries, that how what are the different areas in which the Dayal group is working in fertilizer or biotechnology, biocontrol, and all other aspects. So it was very informative, and it can be seen that how this the knowledge which is available in laboratory can be successfully converted as an enterprise. So I think we had all very informative, very elaborative, informative presentations. And with this, I hope that the knowledge what we have discussed here uh, uh, will be very useful to our participants in general and students and young faculty in particular. So with this, I invite if someone is having any query and if someone is having any question, I will encourage you to please raise your hand electronically and ask your question. क्वेश्चन के लिए कह देना हो तो क्वेश्चन आए तो थोड़ा देखना. Okay, if you don't have any question, I think everyone is tired and everyone wants to move ahead for lunch. So in last but not the least, I will go for a vote of thanks. First of all, we are highly thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor who gave us the permission to conduct this webinar on a very important topic. And he also delivered a welcome address this morning in this seminar. So it is his inspiration, his leadership that we could conduct this seminar successfully. We are also thankful to Professor G.K. Garg, former OSD of this university and former Dean G.V. Pant University, Pantnagar, for providing a detailed information how this biological knowledge can be converted and can be used to become a successful entrepreneur. And we are also thankful to Dr. Anil Kumar, Director Education, Rani Lakshmi Bai Agriculture University, Jhansi, for presenting the different Nutri-Ayur innovation to enterprise development, that how this our traditional knowledge, the traditional foods can be used and how we can get benefit from them as far as the biofortification aspects are concerned. We are also thankful to Dr. H.B. Singh for providing us in detail that how a proposal should be prepared which can successfully attract the extra moral funding. We are also thankful to Mr. Aman Dayal for providing us the information about the activities of their group and how this knowledge can be converted to become a successful entrepreneur. And I am also thankful to our Director Research, Dr. Anil Surohi, who is also a coordinator of this activity. And I will say thank you very much to Dr. Shalini Gupta for arranging everything of this webinar. She is organizing secretary. She arranged all platform, did all the work so that this webinar is successful. So thanks very much. I am also thanks to Dr. Akash Tomar, Dr. Purushottam, Dr. M.K. Yadav, Dr. R.S. Sengar, and other faculty members for supporting us for successful completion of this webinar. So thank you very much. And so thanks to all, and thanks again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we are at the end of this one. So after vote of thanks, there is nothing for me to say. It's just the last one. So I request you all to Please stand up at your own place for national anthem and recite at your own place. And after this, we'll end the program. Thank you once again, each and everyone who has been there to support us and to cooperate us and participated in the event.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, each and everyone.
चलिए मैडम, कंग्रेचुलेशन, आपको मुबारक हो, बहुत बहुत अच्छा हो गया।